because, as you said, Catherine, we are quorate, so we could start the live stream. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to this Policing Performance Committee meeting. I would like to welcome committee members, authority staff, colleagues from Police Scotland, HMICS, Scottish Government, and COSLA attendees. Just want to note that Dr. Andrew Wolfe will join the meeting at item 4.4 to present the Scottish Institute for Policing Research Annual Report. And we'll also have Alison Ewer, who is an independent custody visitor, joining the meeting at item 5.3 to provide insights of her custody visiting experiences. I can confirm that there are no member apologies today. If we can move on to 1.2, which is the declarations of interest and connections. So could I please ask members to confirm if they have any declarations of interest or connections in relation to the agenda items today? No, all good, thank you. Moving on then to 1.3, which is the public minute from the 16th of September, which is for approval. Could I please invite members to approve the draft minute of this committee meeting? Thank you. So we'll take that as being approved. If we could then move on to 1.4, which is the rolling action log and any matters that are arising from that. There are 5 actions on the action log. 4 of these are proposed to close. Action 003 regarding stop and search is proposed ongoing, as we will receive a briefing note providing further information in 2026. I'd like to draw attention to Police Scotland's briefing note appended to the action log in relation to action 001 regarding live facial recognition. I think it provides a clear direction of travel for the work, and at this stage it's still the position that there are a number of steps before any decision regarding the use of the technology can be taken. I do look forward to further updates on this work and understand there is a workshop in January 2026 that will consider the key next steps prior to public and stakeholder consultation. I think we've got Cheryl who's the director of the Scottish Biometric Commissioner's Office. I think Cheryl's on the line. I don't know, Cheryl, if you want to make any comments on this note we've got at this stage.
Yeah, hi there. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, we're very happy. Obviously, I'm here for the Commissioner, and I know that there's now going to be ongoing involvement between the Scottish Biometrics Commissioner and Police Scotland on that. So, yeah, just to say that obviously there's a high bar set by our code of practice that anything to do with that technology would have to meet, and that any future use, from our thoughts, would be an exception rather than the norm. With deployments being informed by intelligence and proportionate to any known threat. So, but I know that there's ongoing work there, so happy to be involved with that.
No, that. It's always good to get input from the Information Commissioner's Office. So we appreciate that, and we appreciate the briefing note that was provided by colleagues within Police Scotland. So are members content to close the 4 actions that we have, or does anybody have any comments on any of the actions? Tom Halpin, board member.
Thanks, Chair. It's relation to action 4, which is proposed for closure. If what I'm saying is not going to affect that, we're talking here about the further future model and development of roads policing. I'm just wondering, you know, there's been work already completed following the thematics. We'll no doubt talk about that later in the meeting and the improvement plan. But given the roads policing is a key part of proposed future structures and resource models for policing in Scotland. Is it possible to get an update in that action plan timeline, or what's the intended model going forward, in a timeline that allows us to see it, perhaps maybe a deeper dive look at this in the March meeting of the Performance Committee? That would be that'd be a new action. I'm not saying it's not going to close this.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Tom. And I see that ACC Alan Worrell's wanting to come in. Alan?
Yeah, morning, Chair, morning, everyone. I'd really welcome that. I think there's a body of really significant work on the go just now, looking at technology, dashcam portals, distracted driver technology, diversionary courses. We're benchmarking with forces in England and Wales. We are workshopping with our own frontline officers. There's a whole loads of work doing with data capture and projected future use of BNPR. So I think it'd be really helpful to come back in March and have a deeper dive, just as has been suggested. So we'd welcome that, and we'd look forward to doing that.
Okay, thanks for that suggestion, Tom and Alan. Appreciate the response there. So we'll put that on as an action to come forward, a deeper dive into this, to give you an opportunity to showcase the work that you've done and give us a chance to, consider it and seek, the appropriate assurances from the work that you're doing, that you're making the progress that we all hope for within this area. Okay, so moving on then, we move on to section 2, which is the policing performance reporting. Significant volume of papers here, a lot of information that's been provided to us. Can I just say, I'm really impressed by the amount of work that's going on and the effort that's been made to present everything here today. But what I would ask is that presenters take their time to draw out the highlights, but remember that the papers have been read, so if you could restrict yourself to reasonably short introductory remarks, that would assist us to get through all of the papers and give due time for questioning and consideration. So with that comment, if I could move to item 2.1, which is the quarterly policing performance report for Q2 25-26. And I believe we have DCC Alan Spears is going to provide a short intro into that, and then the paper will be presented by Patrick Brown, the Chief Strategy Officer. So DCC Spears, Alan.
Thanks very much, Chair. And you'll see from those on the call that we have a number of senior police officers and staff members here this morning. So I think across the board, pretty well equipped to answer the questions that you and other board members might well have. This is the second quarterly report for the current performance cycle 25-26. You'll see that the performance report continues to have a focus on the Chief Constable's vision, and it remains aligned to the strategic outcomes that are both set out in the joint strategy for policing. Just a couple of comments from myself, and you will see again from the report that one of the key areas of interest this year is around young people and their involvement in violent crime. And there is a number of statistics and pieces of information that relate to that. And what the report does highlight is that during this quarter, violent crime where a child or young person under 18 has been accused continues to show a bit of a decrease compared to the previous year. The report provides other additional information, again highlights that the vast majority of violent crime that involve young people are common assaults. And we go on and just give you some detail about Operation Stardrop, which is a group that has been established to address and coordinate work that we're undertaking with youths affected by violence. The report also highlights some of the work that Police Scotland's Children and Young People team are doing, and some of the initiatives that they're aligned to, and how that also connects with the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit and the good work that they're engaged in. Further into the report, you'll see that there are examples of good practice, proactivity and preventions across the country. And we have provided a number of insights. On pages 10 and 11, you'll see an insight around mental health related incidents. Thereafter, we also touch on the motorcycle safety campaign, followed by some detail around assaults on police officers, and then further detail around partner referrals from police in custody. But recognising you wanted me to brief, I will pause. I'll allow Patrick, who's been much more instrumental in the production of the report, just to give you a little bit more information, and collectively between us as a team, we'll address the questions that you and board members might have. So thanks for the opportunity just to introduce the report, Alistair.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. And Patrick, straight over to yourself.
Thanks, Deb. Thanks, Chair. I'll just kind of focus really on the executive summary on page 79, which gives kind of some of the kind of key statistics, and then happy to obviously open up for questions. So under the Safer Communities pillar, there are increases noted for the volume of suspected drugs-related deaths, mental health-related incidents, and the volume of cases submitted into the criminal justice system. Group 6 antisocial offences, fatalities on our road, the Group 8 road traffic offences, the positive drug wipes, and safety camera detections with shown an increase, as well as the stop and search compliance rate. But there are decreases noted for the volume of missing person demand, disorder and child fatalities on our roads, alongside a reduction in the Group 6 antisocial offences detection rate. The first table under the less crime pillar obviously looks at our Groups 1 to 5 crimes and detection rates. Group 4 is the only one of these groups to record a decrease in volume of crime from the previous year to date, with crimes increasing in Groups 1, 2, 3 and 5, which is really showing the continued demand facing the service. Whilst detection rates are down in Groups 1 and 5, increases are noticed in Groups 2, 3 and 4. The reason why I just highlight that is obviously to show the level of demand that is still facing the service, which would be highlighting. The second table looks into specific areas with increased crime volume recorded under violence against women and girls, including domestic crimes, theft by shoplifting, hate crime and the supply of drugs. There is, however, a drop in the volume of children and young people crimes, which is positive, and theft by shoplifting has seen a small increase in their detection rates. However, children and young people crimes, hate and crime, have all seen a drop in their detection rates. Just focusing on our third pillar, which is the supported victims pillar, is broken down into confidence and satisfaction, victim and witness support, and our contact centre C3 performance. So it's disappointing to see, but user satisfaction and public confidence are both down 4 percentage points from the previous quarter, with no change in those feeling safe in the local area. There has been a drop in the volume of your cards issued. However, the number of Victim Support Scotland referrals has increased significantly. But again, just highlighting the significant demand which the service is facing, C3 has seen a rise in the volume of 999 calls and digital on inquiries, whilst the volume of 101 calls has decreased. And the answer time for 999 calls remains the same, whilst the volume of complaints received by C3 has dropped. And just to finish on our final pillar, which is a thriving workforce, unfortunately, we do still continue to see an increase in the number of assaults against our officers and our staff. And we obviously do still have the challenge of the percentage of working days lost by police officers and staff in the percentage turnover of police officers. We do, however, note a decrease in the percentage of assaults leading to an injury, but no assault is acceptable. And the turnover of police staff we're also seeing a decrease in. But the positive here is PSD complaints and allegations are down considerably on last year. And we also highlight an element of where we're at on our finance position as well. But I recognise our resources committee pick up on that. So that's just a very quick summary, Alistair and members of the overall kind of exec summary of the paper, but obviously happy to open up to questions.
Yeah, thanks to both DCC Spears and yourself, Patrick, for these brief introductions. Just to comment that I recently attended the North, the West and the East scrutiny committees, their engagement with Police Scotland, and these were excellent meetings, you know, with local councillors involved, and the areas that Police Scotland were presenting on were around performance, community policing, antisocial behaviour, violence in young people, community cohesion, and they were very, very interested and understanding what lies behind these areas, but that overall performance and the move towards Vision 2030. So I think in your introduction you drew out much of what they were asking about. So I know that there are a number of questions going to come from the members here, but I just wanted to highlight that. So you know, we can be assured that we're focusing on the areas that councillors who are engaged with their local communities, what they're hearing from the communities that they serve and we serve. So with that, can I open it up to members for any questions that they have on this quarterly report? I have Chris Cregan.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, everyone. Thanks, Alan and Patrick. I've got a number of questions. Perhaps I can start, Chair, with just two or three on some of the highlights from the report. The DCC mentioned Operation Stardrop in his opening remarks, and obviously we're aware of the work of the dedicated subgroup, the targeted focus. I know that there's a strong focus on measurable outcomes, on best practice. So I'd be keen to hear any more about what we're learning from that early intervention approach and its potentially its wider applicability in relation to harm prevention.
I see that I have both Tim and Wendy want to come in this. I think, Tim, you raised your hand first on this. Could I pass over to yourself?
I'll defer to my learned colleague in the first instance, Chair, and I can fill in the blanks after Wendy.
That's not a problem. Wendy.
Sorry, Chair, I wasn't quick enough with my mouse there, so that's why I came in slightly later. So given the recent portfolio changes, Chair, that I hope members are aware of, I recently took over Op Stardrop as the lead from Mark Sutherland, and I chaired my first Stardrop Gold meeting 2 weeks ago. And I have to say, I've been so impressed, genuinely, with the level of information that has been collated through that group. And I think that's only going to improve. The themes that have been identified and some really clear priorities. And that's then driving the tactical delivery that we're seeing on the ground across all divisions, and all divisions are represented at the Op Stardrop meeting. So just, I suppose, by way of reminder, we are focused around transport hubs, also within education care settings, young people carrying weapons, and then in terms of interventions and pathways for repeat victims. What has moved on from the last update was that Tina's colleagues, Tina on the call today, produced a really comprehensive strategic assessment of children and young people. That's a really important document. I'd be really happy to come back and chat to members or brief members on that going forward. But what we have done as a result of that is then layer that with an intelligence assessment that has been requested. That will be ready in January. And those two documents will complement each other, and we'll then be able to refresh the 4Ps plan. And of course, prevention is absolutely one of the key strands. There's a huge amount of work going on with academia as well. And I have a follow-up meeting with Professor Susan McPhee on Friday, where she facilitated a workshop in August, and a number of actions have come from that. What was really illuminating to me, and might be of interest to members, and again, I'm happy to provide more information, we tend to look at prevention in terms of maybe primary school, early teens. The academic research is showing that actually you've got to focus your attention on 2-year-olds, because you have to untrain violence from children. And I found that really interesting. So I'm keen to explore that further with Professor McPhee on Friday. But of course, we're very closely aligned with the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit. You may have seen, members may have seen on the television last night, some coverage around stop and search and activities around young people within Kilmarnock. We're doing a huge amount of work right across Scotland. And rather than go into loads of detail today, I can give you that assurance that I get the return for Op Star Drop from every division. And we will continue to make sure that we highlight best practice and disseminate that across the board. But huge amounts of work going on with transport operators, huge amounts of work going on with British Transport Police, with schools, and we have commanders on the call today. Actually, two of my commanders, Emma Croft and Stevie Meikle, are on the call and may be able to provide further information as well as Tim. So I hope that gives you some assurance. Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy. Before I let you come back in, Chris, because I'm sure you will, Tim, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, just to add, I suppose, two practical examples that sit alongside Star Job, which Star Job has now taken over. Obviously, the preventative work around Operation Moonbeam was a really critical element. It's a really strong case study, I would say, around using information intelligence to identify children and young people most likely to be involved in offending behaviour over the bonfire period, and then really dedicated prevention diversion work being put in place, massive partnership efforts with Scottish Violence Reduction Unit, Police Scotland, City of Edinburgh Council were pivotal to that. The role of education, I would say, fundamentally shifted the dial on what we have seen in previous years. And being able to sort of work with those children and young people to a position where we saw this year a dramatic decrease in violence and disorder within Edinburgh, the dramatic reduction in the number of arrests being carried out. And there's also an enforcement element also to that, targeting generally the adults involved in the supply of fireworks. So you'll be aware over 2 tons worth of fireworks, illegal fireworks seized in advance of that. So I think that's a really strong case study. And then within the Retail Crime Task Force, who work very, very closely with Operation Star Drop, because there's massive crossover in children and young people who are involved in shop theft and retail theft, and children and young people involved in violence. Operation Dinos in the Lanarkshire division is a really, really strong example, working across Lanarkshire, City of Glasgow in particular, but with some really strong examples there of young people actively involved in large number of crimes. I can think of one young female committing somewhere between 30 to 40 shopliftings a month that we know about. Dinos engaged with her. She had a real interest in bacon. She was enrolled on a course at the local college, and that offending rate has dropped to 0. And that is an individual now who has a positive outcome. And I know this is really simple, Chair, but the bottom line is the simple things work. It's about identifying those who are driving the trends and then working with them, either to give them better outcomes and better opportunities in life, which is our preference, or in a case where that's not happening, essentially to use enforcement action to reduce the risk to the public. So those are really strong examples, I think, that underpin a lot of the work that we're building and will look to build in then to the operating model. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Wendy. Back to you, Chris.
Yeah, just a comment, and I'll move on to my next question, Chair. I mean, that is helpful. It's helpful to hear those examples. Obviously, of course, what we're interested, the amount of effort and the partnership going on is obviously is evident. Ultimately, what we're interested in, as you are, of course, is the efficacy of the approach, and so it's really helpful to hear about those examples, and I think it would be helpful to come back to the strategic assessment that ACC Middleton referred to. But it's helpful to hear about the learning from the approach. I wanted to move on, Chair, to just focus for a moment on the increase in online child sexual abuse. And I think we would, the committee would strongly support efforts to build capacity and capability in this area. And I wondered if colleagues from Police Scotland could say a little more about their plans to ensure that happens. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Tim, back to yourself if you want to come in and respond to that question. Thank you.
Yeah, we can certainly get you a more detailed response, I think, from Steve Johnson, who leads on that. But from our perspective, yeah, you'll be aware there is a persistent upward trend, particularly in the case of indecent images. That is year on year. That is a national trend. National Crime Agency see it. Those pieces then come to Police Scotland, and once passing through the justice system, then lead to an increase in the number of registered sex offenders within the community. So it is a trend that is not reducing or slacking, and it is persistent. The capacity issues present, therefore, across the system. It's across those who are able to analyse the data, who prepare the arrest packages, who conduct the arrests, the digital forensics examinations, the file preparation and prosecution with the Crown Office, and then the subsequent management of the offenders who are convicted within the community. So across that piece, there are a number of elements that are relevant to the budget, and you'll be aware of the budget bid, and part of that is driven by the increase in this space. So the Chief Constables made those arguments to Scottish Government around the capacity of that. Elements of this will fall within the investigations and safeguarding project, which is our transformation vehicle for the local policing model. And then we'll continue to work with colleagues in Specialist Crime Division and national colleagues within National Crime Agency on what the future looks like. It is a really complex space because it does go national, and therefore the changes and the transformations that we make occur within that wider framework. I don't know if that's sufficient, but certainly to confirm, it is a persistent trend, and it is one that we're seeking to address through both the budget and then investigations and safeguarding project.
Chris?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, you referred to ACC Johnson's work in this area, and it would be helpful for us to hear more about that. But as I say, you've noted the increasing trends. It's enormously concerning, and obviously support efforts to increase capacity and capability in this area, as I said. Chair, I'm just going to move on to one more question for the moment, and it's just around mental health. Again, of course, what we're interested in here, and it's really helpful to hear about the strong emphasis on partnership work, mental health pathway, the initiatives in that area. Ultimately, of course, it's the efficacy of those initiatives that we're interested in. So keen to understand any more about the impact of work in that area, of resource, and whether or not that's leading to a discernible, quantifiable reduction in the time needed to deal with mental health incidents on the ground. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chris, for that question. Katrina Payton, you have your hand up.
Morning, Chair. Thanks, and thanks for the question, Chris, around mental health. As you know, in Policing Together, we are leading the programme of work to deliver practically the Chief's commitment to redress the balance as it relates to the significant impact on mental health demand. And I've made no secret, I suppose, through previous updates about the patience and perseverance needed in this space, but it's really important that we start to see some of the tangible progress and positive progress that's been made in this area. And of course, the figures still show a considerable amount of staff time is being spent dealing with mental health incidents. And I think just to remind, I suppose, our collective responsibility, as we know, is in the collaborative space. But part of the challenge has historically been a recognition that, policing has stepped in to fill a gap that, has not been there around wider service provision. So dealing and encountering people with mental health distress, the place for them is not necessarily A&E, and not receiving a clinical medical intervention. That gap, that 80% of people that for example, would go to A&E or mental health care provisions, not suffering from mental health illness, is the gap that policing is filling, where we are left dealing with people in distress with no alternative. I've spoken before at this group about the work that we have been doing collaboratively in relation to our framework for collaboration, the collaborative commitments, which predominantly are around how we tackle this whole system change approach. You know from previous updates around the mental health pathway, where we are starting to see significant numbers of calls being diverted from policing to NHS 24. Since that project has, in fact, that process has been in place, over 15,000 calls have now been directed. That's actually equates to about 77,000 staff hours. So that's significant, but of course, that won't necessarily be the full experience of staff on the front line, because as you'll see from the figures in the performance report, we are still attending calls. So there's still more to be done, and ultimately success of our mental health pathway will be when calls don't need to come in to 101, because the public know to call 111 when they're in mental health distress. We also have the mental health index, so our commitment has moved beyond that, and again in the collaborative space where officers and staff have access to clinicians on their mobile devices 24/7. And that means that they're able to connect a person in mental health distress with more appropriate advice and support. And of course, that practice has started to get positive feedback, and is starting to see officers' time being spent at various calls reduce. But it also means that there's less unnecessary attendance at accident and emergency. The challenge is, Chris, of course, is about that practice, which at times can be ad hoc, is how do we share that best practice and ensure that the service provision is equitable across the whole of the country. There are 14 health boards and across our 32 local authorities. And again, we've got a number of other pieces of work ongoing, which include our transfer of care. So how do we do that more appropriately? And how do we continue to support our partners in alternatives to custody and alternatives to A&E, which will never be the place for people suffering mental health distress and crisis. And we know of many examples, again, where there is provision in the local community across Scotland. But again, the challenge remains, how do we ensure that we continue to ensure that that provision is available right across the length and breadth of the country? So I suppose from my perspective, the investment that policing has made in the Mental Health Task Force, the focus that the Chief Constable has given around resetting the parameters of the policing role in mental health, have already started to see significant progress and foundations that we can build upon. There is no doubt that the challenge remains. It's true that that progress has been made, but it's also true that we need to now mobilise much more widely the support for alternatives to policing, filling that gap for those people that I've mentioned that are experiencing, mental health distress, and making sure that that provision is equitable across Scotland. And that continues to be a real focus, as you'll be aware, of our partnership delivery group and the bringing to life those tangible commitments that are captured in the framework for collaboration.
Thanks, Kat. I appreciate the response here. Chris, is there anything you want to add?
Just very briefly, Chair. Thanks very much, ACC Peyton. That is really helpful. And obviously, as I've said, we really welcome the focus on a whole system approach here, and the focus on partnership. I think what I'm hearing in relation to my quite specific question about a tangible reduction in the amount of time needed to deal with incidents on the ground is that there is some evidence of this from your perspective, but it's about ultimately embedding consistency and sustaining that across the piece. I can see you nodding, so I think that's what I'm hearing, and I think we'll be keen to come back to that. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I'll come back with further questions in due course.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Chris, and thanks for everybody's patience. And you know, it's just a comment. It's excellent to have you know, the ACCs leading on this work, all coming in, you know, to the different questions already. So thanks for that team approach. I have Councillor Maureen Chalmers, and I have two board members, Kathleen Casper and Tom Halpin, that are going to come in with questions. So, Councillor Chalmers.
Thank you, Chair. And apologies, I've got a bit of a croaky throat this morning, so I'm glad it's an online meeting and not an in-person. So we're very concerned, and given that we're just heading towards the end of 16 days campaign around violence against women and girls, really concerning. The sexual crimes are up and the figures are all there, and it is worrying. So I've got, if that's okay, two questions around that. I think we've been very aware at COSLA about the heightening of gendered harms just in the wake of the pandemic, international crisis, cost of living pressures, and the rise of online misogyny. Are there any other, I mean, we're trying to just understand, are there any other emerging drivers of violence against women and girls and related harms that you're aware of? Have Police Scotland changed how they're collating information that might have impacted on the figures? And is there any evidence around women and girls or children, young people, being more aware of and using reporting mechanisms which might impact on the rise in the prevalence? So that's my kind of first question, if that's okay, Chair. And my second question on this topic was, how is work in Police Scotland Violence Against Women and Girls strategy progressing following the update at our last meeting? And what can we do more to work collaboratively, work together to share data, make sure we do the very best we can to try and reduce those figures that are so worrying? So if it's okay, I can come back with another question, but these are two questions relating to violence against women and girls, Chair.
Yeah, no, thank you. Appreciate those questions. And you're more than welcome to come back with a further question. I see that I have ACC Tim Mayers. So, Tim, you want to come in and respond to Councillor Chalmers' questions?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And I'll cover the rise element first. You'll appreciate it's a really complex picture, but yes, I would say across all areas we're seeing a rise. I think domestic abuse sits behind our big increase in common assaults. I think it sits behind, I was just discussing this morning with colleagues in the East and the North East, our increase, and you'll see it in the figures even from this quarter, the increase in attempted murders. In a way, well, in a direct way is linked to this as well. What we're seeing is more serious assault. What would previously have been prosecuted as serious assaults now being considered attempted murders, and an awful lot of those are in the domestic setting. And I think, you know, the increase in rape is also of concern. There are a number of drivers for this. One is the use of the DISDAS scheme, and I think because we are now really pushing that scheme, there's much more engagement and communication with women. That is often leading to reports, and some of those reports can be non-recent in nature, but that is creating an opportunity for connection and engagement, and we're seeing increased reporting as a result of that. The approach to our investigation of rape, particularly within a relationship setting, which, you know, involves us approaching former partners, is also allowing us to identify rapes in relation to specific individuals, and again, that's based on an engagement basis. And I suppose, I know we will often say this, but we do know that domestic abuse is one of those areas that is very, very heavily underreported. So when we see increases in that, we do have a hope and an aspiration that this is an outworking of the violence against women and girls strategy, and that we are seeing an increase in reporting. I would be hopeful on that front, in the sense that I think that's happening, and I might defer to my divisional commander colleagues on that, who will be a lot closer to that. Either Emma or Stevie might want to come in on that point, but that's the sense for me on the side of what we're seeing by way of an increase in our growth, and again, the point being it's a year-on-year increase, so this is a persistent, continued increase. So again, to join up the dots against what Patrick said about the sustained demand, If we link this with Chris's question earlier about online child abuse, if we think about the pressures at the moment around management of offenders within the community, and then we link it to the demand that we're seeing in this space, this is persistent, sustained demand in the safeguarding space, where we're working exceptionally. And you'll know, Councillor Chalmers, from your side, that pressure also sits on social workers, on education, and on others as well. So I hope that assists. And maybe if you're content, Councillor, bring Emma in just to add anything that I've missed.
Yeah. Thanks, Tim. Emma? You're on mute.
Apologies, I pressed the wrong button there. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Commander for Greater Glasgow. Yeah, absolutely. I just build on what the ACC says there. In Glasgow, we are seeing a sustained increase in our figures, particularly against violence against women. And that gives me some cause for concern. But when you actually extrapolate and look through those figures, unfortunately, what we're carrying in Greater Glasgow is a significant number, month on month, of historical crimes being reported. Now, I say that's unfortunate because individuals obviously have taken some time to report it to us, but month on month, those figures are highest in terms of what we take in of a month. Broadly speaking, the reports can align to domestic settings, as we know, the nighttime economy for bigger urban, cities. Unfortunately, there is a significant level of vulnerability that's placed through alcohol and the nighttime setting there, and a lot of that through our students. So certainly sometimes it's seasonal as well, unfortunately, and through some of our migration side of things. And I say that because it's a cultural difference in terms of tolerance of how a relationship exists. We may see that slightly different from certain cultures who obviously are residing in Scotland. So that's what we have. The one thing I wanted to pick up on was what I'm particularly proud of is the fact that now we have people who have the confidence and commitment to report. And that's through a lot of our third sector work. And also it's through the tolerance side. So you may be aware the distress factor plays out here in terms of individuals now know that they may have been the only person who's witnessing certain incidents, but the levels of distress that they've shown either to somebody else who they reported it to or it's been witnessed elsewhere now play a significant part in that inquiry piece. And that's where I think a lot of the historical elements are now coming forward in terms of that reporting piece. So on the one hand, we're telling you figures that are not particularly pleasant to take on board, but on the other hand, we are telling you that we are seeing a confidence. And the last thing, just, and forgive me, you may have discussed this also, is how we record that crime, those crimes. If an individual comes forward to us with 5 or 6 as part of a pattern of behaviours, they are now recorded as 5 or 6 individual crimes, rather than previously how that was before in terms of one incident that might have involved 5 or 6 different elements to it. So I think it's important, and that's what I often tell my scrutiny panel, it's important to unpick the numbers here and understand the context. But again, I can provide any further detail if that'd be helpful.
Thanks, Emma. Councillor Chalmers, do you want to come back in at this point, or Tim, did you want to say more?
That's really helpful, Emma. Thank you so much for getting, and Tim, thank you. It was just the second part of my question, which was around about Police Scotland, violence against women and girls strategy, and where that's at the moment, because we got an update last time, and it'd be good to just understand where we're at, and also, if there's anything that we can do more to work together at local level.
Thanks, Councillor Chalmers. Tim?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, Emma, I think Emma and I both pointed to the outworking of that around the third sector engagement. We can certainly take an action for Steve to bring back a more comprehensive update on that. And you'll be aware, obviously, of the ongoing work across the 16 days of action, which are a really critical element of that. What I would say is we are aware that violence against women and girls does appear in other spaces. So one of the interesting outworkings of the work of the Retail Crime Task Force looking at assaults on retail workers is that we would see a very strong element of violence against women and girls within that, given the predominance of women and girls in that sector. So the folks from the Retail Crime Task Force are working with the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy team to understand how we ensure that we're understanding that in the totality of its picture, because we also see it within the retail space as well. But we'll take an action, Chair, if you're content, Councillor Chalmers, to bring back an update.
That's good. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. If I could just move to my other question, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Chalmers. I think ACC Kat Payton wanted to come in as well.
Good.
And then we'll move on. Kat?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Maureen. It was just to also highlight that, of course, we've got our violence against women and girls strategy, but, collectively together with the SPA, one of our joint equality outcomes is indeed, you know, the tackling of violence against women and girls. So it was probably just again to give that reassurance that, you know, as well as all of the you know, the updates around how we're responding, we have a real focus around how we're preventing it. A big part of that links to our own culture within the organisation, what we're seeing externally, and how we can continue to have a real focus on the prevention element going forward, that we do start to see that dial in time changing. So it's just to give you that reassurance that that's about embedding it across, you know, all of our programmes of activity across the organisation and our communities.
And I think well, Patrick Brown also wants to come in on this. Sorry, Councillor Chalmers, I know you want to move on to the next question, but I think we're getting some really full and constructive answers here. Patrick?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor. It's just obviously to kind of highlight the continued prevention elements that we keep working on as well. So you'll remember that we launched the That Guy campaign, which we still regularly run. We launched that in October 2021. You know, and that's been viewed over 1 million times across various social media platforms, and we continue to play that out. Other campaigns obviously include domestic abuse is everybody's business, and that points to the point that Chief Superintendent Croft was pointing to about that confidence telling people, and kind of encourages that reporting. And obviously the continued disclosure scheme for domestic abuse in Scotland as well. But I would just like to take the opportunity to highlight, obviously, the Scottish Police Authority yesterday also kind of published their public briefing on violence against women and girls, which gives more updates to the public in terms of the progress that we are making here. Thanks.
Oh, good.
Thanks, Patrick. Councillor Chalmers.
That was really helpful, thank you. And a couple of folk have mentioned earlier on work with young people, and you know the value of youth work in all of this space. Recently attended an event in South Lanarkshire around prevention, and it was led by senior pupils in some of our secondary schools and the work they're doing within schools, which is excellent. And I think, you know, that's where it sits really well. And young people, supporting young people is always a good thing to do. So thank you. Okay, so my other questions on the hate crime at asylum seeker accommodation. And the paper indicates that specialist resources have been deployed to support local policing and community. So I just wondered if you could elaborate on how the community relation specialists are working with communities, including local authorities and third sector organisations. And are they seeing particular issues in areas that are being affected by protests? How's that engagement going, and what are the plans going forward? I know it's something that I've conversations with colleagues on every day, just about on this matter. So it'd be really good to get an understanding of Police Scotland's current activity there and what you're doing.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Chalmers, for that question. I've got I had two ACCs, but I've got one ACC now that wants to come in on this. So, Kat Payton.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Juan. I'm maybe just starting. I see that Alan has brought his hand up, and not intended, but certainly that's reflective of how we approach a lot of this work. You know, very much in collaboration with each other in relation to understanding, you know, community cohesion. I often say, you know, culture fuels community cohesion. So actually, the work that I do around, you know, our Policing Together programme is really impactful on how that becomes a felt experience for people in our communities. You've mentioned specifically there, Maureen, the community relations specialists. We obviously recognise that as an organisation, understanding our communities and having those connections and those relationships in peacetime, you know, are the building blocks for when we do need to respond in areas of challenge or criticality. That became really evident post Southport and the incidents that had happened across the UK. And really that was the catalyst for us to reflect and think, what more could we be doing to build those connections and that engagement at a local level? And that has become, as you've mentioned, the role of our community relations specialists. They are deployed across the country. They work with our Policing Together team, but very, very much working with local divisions, local partners and local engagement. And all of that is to build that understanding and to help us be able to develop process and practice that continues to acknowledge and recognise that our service provision in what can be really challenging times is effective. They're doing a lot of proactive work, as you can imagine. Currently, we're quite a polarising narrative ongoing. So a lot of their work is, as I say, is building that understanding, building those relationships, so that when we do need to, or we see things unfolding, we have a better opportunity to make sure that our style and tone of policing is effective. And that probably leads into where Alan would come into around our wider response to situations that perhaps have escalated within our communities. Just before I pass on to Alan, I think one of the things I would want to mention is that we are now able to start mapping out the level of community engagement that we're having across the country. And again, that helps us to understand what more we can be doing in areas of particular challenge. And again, we'd be happy to give more information at that at a future meeting. But Alan, I don't know whether you maybe just want to say a bit more on your role within that.
Yeah, thanks, Katrina. Morning again, everybody. I think Kat's sort of explained the joint responsibilities really well there, but I wonder if it's fine for me just to highlight the volume of protests we're seeing across the country and the impact that has. And I'll caveat this by just explaining this is management information, so if it can be taken in that spirit. But so far we've had over 2,000 protests this year across Scotland, so an average of over 180 protests a month, 42 protests a week, or almost 6 protests a day up and down Scotland. A large percentage, I think, as everybody's seen, is in relation to anti-immigration, pro-immigration sentiment, largely based around some of our asylum accommodation we've seen up and around the country, with areas such as Falkirk, Aberdeen, Inverness, Dundee, Perth, seeing regular, repeated challenging protests to police, and clearly impacting the communities as apparent. We've got Emma on as the commander for G Division, who'll be able to talk at length about the level of protests seen in the city centre, as we also see across Edinburgh. So it's a really challenging position for policing in terms of the volume, the demand, and the complexity of it. We manage that. We've got a national structure in place for overseeing how we respond to this. So we respond with consistency in each of the local policing divisions, but that is done with understanding of local implications. In terms of the cohesion aspect, we very much work with the divisional commanders to take the lead, working with local partners who understand the communities, the impact that's happened, the voluntary sector, to design and often using existing sort of partnership structures in place to best deliver for those communities. Katrina's team, as she's outlined, are at the heart of those conversations and really working to sort of best deliver and best maintain community cohesion as we can. There is also support from Katrina's team on the management of those protests. So we ask commanders to do really challenging jobs at these different protests, balancing competing human rights. And Katrina's teams are there to make sure that we are working with people there, understanding what may or may not constitute a hate crime, explain why or why not, so that we again are delivering a consistent policing response up and down the country to those challenging circumstances.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Katrina. Councillor Chalmers, do you want to
No,
come back?
that's really helpful. Thanks, Alan, and thanks, Katrina. Thanks very much.
Thank you. If I could pass on to Katrina Casper, board member.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to colleagues for this report and for the presentation. I also have a number of questions related to different topics. So the first one, which just jumped out at me within the executive summary, is a reduction in the number of complaints, quite a substantial reduction in a number of PSD complaints and allegations, so down by about 25%. So again, I was just hoping for a little bit more detail on this and whether you think some of that might be related to the actions which are being driven through Policing Together, or is it body-worn video, or what else? So just a little bit of commentary on that would be welcome, please.
Thanks, Katrina. I've got two people coming in. So ACC Cat Payton, if you could come in, and then Patrick Brown, please.
Happy to do so, Chair, and I think ACC Mayors has got his hand up as well. So perhaps a bit more information, but just with Katerina, you mentioned Policing Together. I thought, well, there's a call out. I better come in for sure. So really appreciate your question, and of course you probably heard from myself around some of the programmes of work that we're doing across the organisation to equip our officers and staff with much more capability around conversations, de-escalation, the programmes of work like Act Don't React, where one of the findings from the original pilot of that work was a 48% reduction in complaints against the police. Now, I won't be able to draw a link because we continue to evaluate the rollout of that across the organisation. But I guess I just wanted to say we do hope that in time that is exactly what you start to see, that how we make people feel in our interactions starts to have an impact on those complaints going forward. But of course, as with everything, it's the sum of all the parts, isn't it? There's a number of things that are ongoing, and being able to drill down and really start to say, well, what is it that's making the difference, and therefore how can we mobilise that even more fully? So that maybe will be something that Patrick or Tim would be able to come in on, but hopefully that's helpful. But just to give you the reassurance that those programmes continue to be evaluated.
Thanks, Kat. Can I invite Tim to come in, and I'll give the last word on the last part of the response to yourself, Patrick. Tim?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, sort of in addition to Katrina's points, I think there's a couple of other drivers. So there may be just some admin issues around how they're being managed that sometimes change the factors at any given point within the year. But in addition to that, I would be pretty confident that as we roll out body-worn video, and bear in mind it's now live in all of the north and the east, and we're starting to roll out into the west of Scotland, body-worn video in and of itself will start to have two impacts in this space. One is it'll reduce the number of complaints, I believe, but it'll also speed up the management of complaints, because, and we've seen examples already where PERC and others have been able to view footage almost immediately and are able to then decide whether they progress with an investigation or if they don't. So it is a dynamic space. We'd need to just examine whether it's a persistent trend, but certainly the direction of travel, as Katrina indicates, as we focus on, I guess, three big areas. So the new model improves quality of service delivery, and we're seeing that early evidence data set coming out of Forth Valley that has had a positive impact on satisfaction and confidence levels within Forth Valley. The technical support through body-worn video, which again provides that, and then the skills and the kind of cultural mindset element through the likes of Act Don't React and the CARES package, which is delivered within probationary training.
Thanks, Tim. Patrick?
Right, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Katerina. Just in terms, I just want to highlight some other positive underlying numbers of this. Even with complaints going down, we're actually resolving complaints and issues quicker as well. So if you take the example of complaints received year to date for C3 division, 81.5% of them were frontline resolved by the PSC National Complaints Assessment and Resolution Rate. And if you include in terms of subsequent resolution by the PSC or specialist officers, that's then rises to 82.1. So our processing and early resolution is really kind of improving as well. But the big point I really wanted to kind of point to is that this includes, if you also look at early resolution and wider, in total 1,499 allegations were attached to completed complaint investigations, kind of really early on. So we're making that progress. But in specific to your question around why do we think we're seeing kind of decreases in this, a big part of it is PSD disseminated learning and really pushing organisational learning here in terms of when we're identifying a regular pattern, how are we improving that training out to officers? And if I can take two examples this quarter, there were two learning outcomes shared this quarter where all officers were reminded of the importance of completing all relevant person checks when dealing with incidents or reports with a domestic element. And we've seen effectively a decrease as a result of those interventions. Same around apprehension warrants, how we're executing them in the process is also kind of seeing a decrease, and we can kind of point to those two case studies on seeing kind of decreases in these areas. And also importantly, you know, the satisfaction kind of survey is seeing positive reactions as well in terms of how PSD are handling complaints as well. So some real positives in there. Volume going down, but where volume is still there, we're taking learning from that and implementing it to continue to try to reduce that and ultimately give a better service to those that we're serving in the public.
Thanks, Patrick. Katrina?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, everybody who's answered that. That is really helpful, and thank you, Patrick, for that kind of deeper dive. That's, I suppose, exactly what we want to see in the spaces, is that organizational learning from complaints, which helps to prevent the volume coming down. So really addressing the problem further upstream. So really appreciate that. Thank you. My second question relates to fixed penalty notices and direct measures. And again, I note that the report highlights that there has been an increase, particularly in the fixed penalty notices, but also in direct measures as well. And I suppose my question there is twofold. So the first one is, I would just like to understand a little bit more about whether or not, so I can see the benefit of this in terms of the wider criminal justice system. The more is being dealt through with fixed penalty notices and direct measures, the better. Obviously it is in terms of our court system, etc., etc. So absolutely understand that. I would quite like to, as I say, two questions in relation to this. So the first one is, are we aware of any possible unintended consequences? So are there any risks in maybe just channeling more concerns that are raised down this particular route, for example, around could there be a lost opportunity to capture biometric data maybe through this channel, which then maybe has an impact further down the line on our ability to investigate other sets of crimes or alleged crimes? So that's the first question. And the second question, I am really keen, and again, from a public interest perspective, with that angle, as to what level of investigation happens when Police Scotland decides to go down the direct measure route. And again, just fully transparent, obviously this is something I started to explore at the last board meeting, specifically in relation to Brawleygate. Apologies for kind of throwing this up again, but again, for me, this was a case of a direct measure which has been reversed upon further investigation. So I'm really keen, as I say, to understand what level of assurance can you give us that cases where allegations are made and police decide to progress them with direct measures, that there is still a level of investigation that happens, and it isn't just, oh, well, we're just going to go down the street because it's easier and quicker, but actually we don't have that rigor that sits behind that decision.
Okay, thanks, Katerina. ACC Middleton, I see you've raised your hand to come in to respond to the two parts of the question set by Kat there. So, Wendy.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Katerina. I'll put my former hat on of ACC Criminal Justice. So in terms of the unintended consequences, I suppose what I would say is that these offences and direct measures are for situations that are too serious to ignore, but not serious enough to enter the criminal justice system per se. So they are at, and I don't like to use the term low level because every offence can have an impact, but they are, as you rightly pointed out, to take the demand out of the system. So they are not intended for offences that should be dealt with in any other way, Katerina, and therefore the proportionality around biometrics data doesn't really come into play here, because they are not offences that by necessity you would be arresting for anyway. The unintended consequences that you may see are that you can now issue a number of direct measures, whereas before, under the former guidance, we were able to issue one, and then that was it, regardless of what else you were subsequently involved in. We can now issue, up to, I believe it's up to 3. I would need to refresh my memory on that, but you can certainly issue more than one. I think I'm right in saying up to 3. So what you could have potentially is somebody receiving more opportunities before they enter the criminal justice system even though cumulatively, it's easy for me to say, they're coming to our attention more frequently, but the offences that they're actually committing at that time are at that kind of lower end of the scale. I still think they are much more beneficial to the entire system than in not having them. And we were very keen to expand them. And the Lord Advocate, of course, gave us that permission, which gives us the safeguards that we need around the criminal justice system. And I think the Lord Advocate is very thoughtful in this space and wouldn't concede to a request if it wasn't appropriate and wasn't felt it was right for people of Scotland as well as the justice system. In terms of the level of investigation, it's twofold. So they are, by their necessity, because they are at that lower end, it's about the proportional investment of investigation. Katerina, I'm not aware of Brolygate, I'm not aware of the circumstances of it, so I'll not comment on that. But what I will say is that you can issue a direct measure at the time, and they're entirely appropriate. So if you come across offending behaviour in whatever public scenario you're dealing with, you can issue a direct measure. But what you can also do now is you have 28 days in which to issue a direct measure. So that enables that longer term, but you know what I mean, not in terms of the immediate, but short-term investigation that you can, if you have to make further inquiries, you can do so. But what's important about it as well is that it also gives us an opportunity through our governance and oversight that we have in place around the issue of direct measures, that we can check the appropriateness of it. As you know, you've heard me speak before about we've locked down as much as possible from a digital point of view, that we shouldn't have erroneous issuing of direct measures, but it allows us to correct them, and it allows us to withdraw them, and it allows us to deal with them in another way, and a more appropriate way. So I know that they remain controversial. I am alive to that, but I do think that when you look at the volume, and you know, Patrick alluded to the volume, the increase of cases that have been submitted to the Crown Office, we can't keep pushing the demand into the system because the system can't flex and bend to deal with it. So one of the other things that I do want to say just about direct measures, and we were really trying to push hard on it, and we will deliver it under Mark Sutherland's care now, will be that opportunity to prevent further offending. And we always took the approach within criminal justice improvement that you had to take every opportunity. So we are with Community Justice Scotland trying to signpost or divert people at that stage. So they'll receive their direct measure, but they'll also be signposted if addiction or vulnerability led to their offending behaviour. We will try and get them connected into help at that point, so you reduce the cycle of offending that people can fall into. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Wendy. And I see Steve Meikle has raised his hand in this. So before I come back to yourself, Katerina, Steve, do you want to come in and add to that response?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It was really just to build slightly on the ACC's points there, and just to give a bit of, I suppose, local context assurance, Katerina, just around the use of direct measures. So since the use of direct measures were expanded to the number of offences that they have, just to give you an idea, so this is something that myself and I'm sure the other commanders do monitor closely on a monthly basis. So so just to illustrate, so this year in the Fleece and Galloway division, which is the smallest division in Scotland and the remote and rural division, so we've issued to this point this year 537 direct measures, whereas this point last year it was 517. So it's just to give you that kind of assurance that there hasn't been an exponential increase in the use of direct measures, first of all. And secondly, it's just on the investigatory aspect point that the ACC and yourself touched on there. So before we issue a direct measure, there's got to be a sufficiency of evidence, there's got to be corroboration, so that in itself means we have to investigate it to a proportionate extent. So it's not as though we are simply issuing them left, right and centre when it's not appropriate to do that. So it was just to kind of add to the ACC's points. Thanks.
Thanks for that. Back to yourself, Katerina.
No, thank you, Wendy and Steve. There, good, really good answer. So thank you for that. So my last point, I suppose, Chair, is around the drugs wipes usage. Again, I notice from the report that there has been a substantial increase this time around in the number of positive drug wipes. And again, you appreciate, obviously, the report does say that not all of them translate into actually positive results, but still a 25% increase is quite substantial. I also note that, again, it's been rehearsed in our governance meetings that the plan is to expand the use of drug wipes, so they will be available to more police officers in over the coming years. And I suppose I just wanted to seek assurance from Police Scotland that a zero tolerance approach to drug driving is still the medium-term strategy. So just a little bit of narrative around this, because as I say, 25% increase is quite substantial. So I would appreciate your perspective on that.
Thanks, Katerina. ACC Waddle, Alan?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Katerina. So I'll start with the end point. Absolutely, that's our position, zero tolerance approach to drug driving. And I think the increase that you're seeing is reflective of that ambition. So, and again, sorry, I'll just try and bring it a little bit to life for colleagues. If I look at in 2024, if you look up the detections for drink driving and drug driving collectively, sorry, in 2022, drug driving was 36% of that total, so far less than drink driving. As of 2024, it's up to 48%, and that's the direction of travel that we're seeing just now. So drug driving offences is almost at the level of drink driving offences, which probably surprised me, if I'm being honest, when I came into the role. All of our road policing officers are trained in this and support and work well with the local policing divisions to make sure that when we have any suspicion of this, they're available and they come to work and support to make sure we're detecting it. We are keen, and I am keen to explore rolling this out further into local policing. So we've had a pilot that worked well in Shetland. We have rolled it out with some local policing officers trained in Aberdeenshire and in Ayrshire, and we're currently working through evaluating that. And we are working closely with SPA Forensics to understand that if we continue to roll that out to local policing officers, what that potential increase in demand would look like, what that would mean for the system, and how can we do this in a sensible way, but continues to target upon safety on the roads. So absolutely the ambition and the commitment is this is a priority. And I think you're seeing the figures demonstrating that commitment.
Thanks, Alan. Katerina?
Yep, no, thank you. Thank you for that. That's really helpful. Thank you. That's me done, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Tom, thank you for your patience. Been a range of questions, a large number of questions, and some very comprehensive and interesting responses from Police Scotland. But over to yourself.
Indeed, Chair, and can I just commend the richness of the answers we're getting from having such a strong support to the committee today from the operational and professional leads in these areas. In fact, it means that some of the questions that I had in my wee list I've had to modify as I'm going through as we get the information. So my sincere appreciation to everyone from Police Scotland for the contributions. The whole area around antisocial behaviour and the community cohesion, we've heard just how complex it is, and in areas around the involvement in the Violence Reduction Unit, involvement of third sector organisations and local authorities and partnerships. It also demonstrates how complex the whole area is. So I wanted to focus in one area, which is stop and search. I mean, fundamentally, we're looking for assurance here that we don't cause unintended harm to community cohesion and to communities by our efforts to tackle violence in all its forms. So we're able to seek that assurance today around the use of stop and search, and it would be helpful to get some insight into the success rate of stop and search in terms of those detections of drugs, weapons, etc., and get a sense of the proportionality to those searches that don't actually result in these findings? That's one question. I was going to let it go with that and then come back.
Okay, we'll open that up for responses, and then we'll come back to you, Tom. I have ACC Wendy Middleton, and then I have ACC Tim Mears as well. So Wendy, the first instance, and then Tim.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Tom. So as part of the portfolio changes, I've also taken over stop and search oversight from Mark Sutherland. So forgive me, Tom, I'm not as into the brief just at the moment. I'm still very much finding my feet around it, but I think you'll have maybe seen coverage yesterday where Chief Superintendent McEwen really covered very well our approach to stop and search and the proportionality that we do use. And just to give you the assurance around the structures that are in place, so obviously you have an ACC, have an oversight of it. Mark has done a huge amount of work around that in terms of our database and what we capture, what we record, and the information that is required, not only to inform and direct future policing operational tactics, but also to give the board the assurance around our proportionality and our approach that we adopt. We also have the mainstreaming meeting, which I'll be chairing. It was meant to be in November, but it will be in the new year now, just with the changeover of portfolios. And that's where we're supported by the analytical product around stop and search, and to your point around the success. And I think from data that I have seen, Tom, it's quite a low positive rate compared to the number of searches that are conducted. But that doesn't actually mean that the searches weren't proportionate and weren't lawful in the first place. And I think that we need to make sure as an organisation that we're content around our lawfulness, around our proportionality, and particularly when it comes to children and young people. And we do know that there are, because of our priority under OpStar drop and use of weapons, it is a particular focus for us. The majority of stops and searches are drugs related. And there's a higher rate of positive searches then as a consequence of that, lower when it comes to weapons. But the assurance is there. And again, once I get into the detail and have run the mainstreaming meeting, I'm very happy to come back and speak to this in more detail.
Thanks, Wendy.
Thanks, Wendy. Tim?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to come in with what I thought was a really interesting case study around what the point that Tom's raised and Wendy's spoken to. So this year for Operation Moonbeam, we have in a number of years, particularly in the Edinburgh area, considered the use of additional stop and search powers under Section 60, which allow us then to actually use kind of without, if you will, without cause search powers. What actually Edinburgh Division did this year was build that into their engagement with children and young people, to have that conversation with them. So at a large event in partnership with Fearless, they actually had that conversation about those additional stop and search powers. What did children and young people feel about those? What was their understanding around that? And they're able to actually include that in the community impact element of the application, because it requires authorisation by me as the ACC and the Gold Commander. And I thought that was a really good case study of stop and search is, I guess, as Wendy says, it's a necessary evil. When we need to use it, we need to use it, but we should always seek community consent and support around how we use that. And that's why the oversight element of it is so critical. Stop and search can also drive polarisation, can create distance between policing and communities. And I thought that was probably just a really good case study of where local police have sought to try and ensure that there's a connection there, and that there's a degree of dialogue and discussion around why we would choose to use those stop and search powers in a very limited way.
Thanks, Tim. And I see that Patrick's raised his hand.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Tom, as well. It's just to kind of highlight in answer to your direct question, we don't have the most up-to-date Q2 figure at hand, but in Q1, there was a 24% positive kind of search effectively where something was found on individuals searched, and that information is all publicly available on our stop and search dashboard, which we publish every quarter, where you can actually drill right down to kind of geographical area. This is kind of one of the areas where we're really transparent on, and obviously the report highlights the importance and seriousness that we take stop and search in terms of quality assurance. So again, just to provide assurance to this committee and to the general public, there were 8,487 stop and search records audited this quarter, bringing the year-to-date figure up to 19,905. 90.3% of those stop and searches were deemed compliant with the code of practice, and the further 8.7% were compliant but required amendments to their details to ensure they were appropriately recorded. And 445 records, which is a small percentage difference, have been returned to local management for further details, which means that is the kind of outcome of the audit we are questioning. So this is a highly quality assured area because of the importance of these powers. So I just want to provide that assurance to the committee and to the general public.
Thanks. And then finally, in response to this, Kat, ACC Payton, you'd like to come in?
Just a quick point, Chair, and again, grateful for the question, Tom, and the recognition that, again, you know, this sits across a whole range of our responsibilities, but as you specifically drew out as it relates to children and young people, and I guess just that reassurance that as ACC Middleton has mentioned, now having the portfolio for violence stop and search sits in terms of a preventative, you know, tool and option within the Policing Together programme. So working very closely hand in hand with our violence reduction unit, with partners, with Wendy's wider team, to make sure that, you know, stop and search is seen within the wider context of how do we prevent violence. So one example of that is the weapons in school toolkit, which has been developed and now shared across local policing divisions. It was developed through that collaborative work in, you know, public health, violence reduction unit, and importantly what that gives for schools and those in that environment is a kind of suite of preventative measures that talk about decision making and areas for recording and escalating, and how we start to model good behaviours, which ultimately, you know, we don't want to be using stop and search because the culture has changed across our children and young people. But hopefully that gives you a sense of a lot of it. Whilst it's a really important tactic, it's still always through the lens of the impact that can have on relationships. And so our youth engagement team within the organisation have also been working closely with the stop and search team to understand the implications, but to continue to use it as one of many options and a suite of options focused on prevention.
Thank you. Tom, back to yourself.
Thanks very much. There's a lot of assurance in that, and look forward in future looking at more detail in some of the areas around disproportionality and assurance around that as well. The next area I wanted to touch on was roads policing again. I alluded to earlier in my contribution. And first of all, to commend the initiative for the summer drink driving and seek assurance about the intention around the spotlight with the MPCC for the winter campaign as well. That part. The other one was around motorcycling, and the insight into that around was the campaign in the summer, was that a success when we've got a slight increase in fatalities, and what going forward that I see in the report a very good initiative around rider refinement, where that's a positive intervention. But these have consequences of like assurance around the impact on driver and motorcycle rider training within Police Scotland for officers. The impact in that is not on a level that knocks the organisation off course in terms of the requirements we have for driver training.
Thanks, Tom.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Tom. Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Tom. Yeah, listen, first I'll start with your initial point. Yeah, the campaigns, they're a real focus of activity for us across roads policing and into local policing. Absolutely, we are ready for the festive campaign, launched on the 1st of December, runs through to the 4th of January, and the head of roads policing recently launched that in the national media. And actually, to go back to Katarina's previous point, a lot of the comms he used for that was to highlight the dangers of drug driving at this time, and the sort of commitment round about what we're tackling there. If you don't mind And it's always difficult talking about fatalities and seriously injured people on the roads because the figures are human lives. Yeah. But actually what we've seen is a significant reduction so far this year. A significant reduction in the number of people seriously injured on our roads. I know this is a Q2 report, but down by 27.5%, over 300 people less injured on the roads. And also, whilst it's not shown in this report, we expect the number of fatalities when official records are updated to reduce as well. So we are seeing a positive direction of travel. I think part of that is real quality around about data, joint partnership working, focused enforcement activity, which is also up significantly this year. But a significant area of concern comes to what you're talking about, Tom, around about the number of fatalities on motorcycles. Not quite at the same level as people within cars or pedestrians within cars, but it's a disproportionate level when you think of the number of motorcyclists on the road. There's been a significant document published there, an analytical report published this year by an analyst that works closely with Police Scotland, seconded from Scottish Government. There is a Scottish Motorcycle Safety Group chaired by Transport Scotland at a national level, multiple partners involved in that, including Police Scotland, and it's clear about who's got ownership. Our role within that is an enforcement and an education and the clear comms plans round about that. I think the assurance you're looking for is our enforcement activity has been a success. I think the motorcycle safety campaign, we stopped over 1,800 bikes, 300 offences detected and 84 other vehicle offences, but much more than that is the joint engagement activity we've seen up and down the country, from Knockhill to North Coast 500 to the ports at Cairnryan, to the work that we're doing with local policing divisions. So there is a significant collective effort in this space, but we have more work to do.
Thanks, Alan. Tom?
Thanks for that, Alan. Yeah, I take assurance from that. My final question, I commend as well another positive in this report is the nearly 10% increase in referrals to victim support. They're just in terms of the effectiveness of those referrals and joined up working. Is there any joint analysis done of those referrals once they go to our third party partners in this, in terms of what the intended outcomes? Do we evaluate through the partnerships, or do we do it in silos?
Thanks for the question, Tom, and I see that ACC Payton wants to come in and respond to that. So, Kat?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks for the question. And there'll be a paper later just around our approach to the victim and witnesses bill, which captures our effectiveness as it relates to victim referrals. As you've mentioned, Tom, what has been really encouraging for us has been the increased referral month on month. Certainly over the last 12 months, we've seen a continued increasing in the number of referrals to Victim Support Scotland, which is a good thing. As you know, we had seen quite a drop as a result of GDPR and other factors, albeit when we scratched beneath the surface of those figures, a lot of the time that was inappropriate referrals. So your point's really well made around the impact. It's not just about a quantitative number, it's about what impact does that have on the wider experience of victims in the justice system. So I suppose by way of reassurance that the wider victims task force chaired by Scottish Government and the 3 work programmes are all aligned, and Police Scotland is involved in all of them. So that victim-centred approach, the trauma-informed approach and communications, and all of it's designed to make sure that we're putting the experience of victims at the heart of the justice system. So finding that feedback. We don't currently evaluate the impact individually around the referral, but we do get feedback, as you know, through a lot of our ongoing surveys and our websites as to the effectiveness of the information and the communication, but through that wider partnership working Tom, we've done a lot of work with partners to understand the experience, and that's the reason why we've been developing process and practice, and I'll be able to touch a bit more on that just when I touch on the paper later.
Okay, thanks, Kat. Tom, do you want to come back in at this stage?
No, I think I'll leave it at the point there about evaluation being broader than just one bit of the journey. It's the whole to show impact.
Thank you. And Mary, thank you very much for your patience. I know you have a number of questions that you'd like to pose, so I'll pass over to yourself now.
Thank you very much. Yes, this report is so rich in data and insights that we could spend all day asking about it and discussing it. So thank you for the opportunity to ask a couple of questions. My first issue is around assaults on officers and staff. And we obviously repeatedly see reports where these figures are not getting any better, and every assault on an officer or a member of staff is to be regretted. And what I was interested in was, well, could we have some examples of what we're actually doing to try to improve that? And what we have in this report today is detail of an officer safety training pilot in Renfrewshire and Inverclyde, which appears to have had significant success in terms of reducing the number of officers who have been injured. It's a small sample, but I would like to think that that can be replicated. So the question, I suppose, is, if it proves to be as effective as it would appear, will we be rolling this out across other divisions and across Scotland?
Thanks, Mary. And Wendy, you're going to come in and respond to Mary's question?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Mary. Yes, Mary, I chaired the Your Safety Matters Champions Network last week, where the pilot was raised, discussed, and my understanding is that there is a paper going to governance before Christmas to ask for national rollout, and it's anticipated that that will be approved because of the success of the approach in K Division and the results that have been seen. And this is in relation to dosing of OST training. So it has been shown within the pilot, albeit a small sample, but this is not just within Scotland, that once you do your initial training, if you then have shorter bursts of additional OST training on top of that at more frequent intervals, then the effectiveness increases. So a really exciting development, and one that I'm certainly really keen that we'd see progressed. So thank you.
Yes, and absolutely share that, and hopefully we'll see the results and the figures starting to come down at some point, because they're consistently quite high. Second question relates to the next part of the report, which is around partner referrals from police custody. And again, seeing some good joint working here and some good partnership working, a national arrest referral event hosted by CIPA and Police Scotland. All of that is very positive. And there is a reference in the report to 4 new pathways being identified, which are on the cusp of being signed off into practice. And I just wondered if you could tell us a wee bit about the sorts of things that are involved in those pilots.
Thanks for the question, Mary. And Wendy, over to you again.
Thank you. Thanks, Mary. So this is a really important piece of work, and ties into a paper later on in terms of warrants as well. And again, it goes back to my earlier comments about taking every opportunity at every touch point that we have with people to give them an opportunity to turn their lives around. So in terms of the event at CIPA, it was a really good event, very much multi-agency. And I think what came out of that was, as you would imagine, local variations around what's available and what's not. But what we did agree, and what's being pushed on at the moment, is that those high volume areas, the likes of Glasgow, Clydebank, those custody suites with a really significant volume, we're prioritising the arrest referral schemes. We have the support agencies in place there. We just need to be able to get them into the custody suite at busy times. And that's something that we're prioritising at the moment. We're also going to make sure that we have our information sharing agreements in place. That is a challenge for us because of the way agencies are constructed, and we've got to be able to go through local authorities because of data protection. So that's another strand where we're getting that all in place right across Scotland. What we do want to do is to be able to evaluate the effectiveness, so we can see really successful programmes. Highland and Islands have a really good link programme, and that has been evaluated separately by another academic institution, and that's been shown to add real value. So where we can connect people in within the custody environment, timing is everything. That support service can make sure housing is in place, benefits are in place, medication is in place, and also that they can get people to court on a date and time that has been set. So it really can't be undervalued, and I'm heartened to see it increasing in terms of the number of referrals, Mary, because that's absolutely what the purpose of the event was. And then just to make sure that we've got the widest connections possible right across Scotland for all custody suites. That's the aim and the intention.
Thank you very much, Wendy. I think that's all very welcome, and you hopefully get reports back in future on how these referrals are happening. Could I just make an observation before I finish then, Alistair, rather than a question? I was very pleased to see the report includes information about the reduced number of children being brought into or kept in custody. Quite significant reductions there, which are very much to be welcomed. This is a shared aspiration that we have across Police Scotland and the SPA. Custody is no place for children, and the sooner we can bring those numbers down even further, the better. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mary. Chris Cregan, I see you'd like to come in with a question.
Thanks, Chair. Obviously, I'm aware of time. I did say earlier that I would possibly come back with a couple of further questions. I think some of the things I was interested in have been answered by the very full responses that we've had, and I would echo comments from my colleagues on the board about the richness, both in the report and in the responses we've had. It is really helpful. So perhaps just I'll just confine myself to a comment and a question. There's a comment. So we've heard a lot about work around children and young people today. The report, the deep dive in the report is really rich. There's such a wide range of initiatives in that area, with a really strong focus on collaboration and partnership, and that is really welcome. I think, and it's been referred to, but in the responses today, but I think we will continue to be interested in any evaluation of those initiatives and surfacing evidence of impact and return on investment from those kinds of initiatives. It may be that Police Scotland colleagues want to comment on that, but it's really just a comment from me. On violent crime, looking at the rise in violent crime, the extent to which that's driven by the rise in common assaults, not exclusively, but substantially, and the reference in the report to plans underway for additional resources in the North East Division made me wonder about the extent to which it might be appropriate for similar plans to be considered across Fife and Forth Valley, which are both referred to in the report. And I guess that raises the issue of how response and performance is compared across different areas in relation to these trends, and good practice shared across teams. Chair, thank you.
Thanks for the questions and the comments, Chris. Over to colleagues in Police Scotland. ACC Mayors, Tim, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Good question. I'll cover off a couple of bits. So the first bit around best practice, the Retail Crime Task Force have a dedicated prevent strand now as we get into this, and I suppose to pick up on the previous question as well. We identify real clear links between vulnerability overall and shop theft. On the children and young people side, there's an awful lot of dedicated work really to map out precisely what is already happening in this space, what the evidence base is that supports that, and then to seek to support or put forward proposals to kind of intensify that work kind of moving forward. I think there's a really strong evidence base for contextualised safeguarding as being a really positive approach. That's something that's been piloted within North Lanarkshire, City of Edinburgh, backed by the Promise, and there's some really good evaluation data that sits around that, and we would advocate, certainly I would, through the work of RCTF, that element. So as we move through the RCTF bit, linking with Wendy's work on the violence side and Katrina's folks, you know, that evaluation element will come through. Katrina, I know, could talk at length about the prevention hub within Edinburgh Futures Institute. There's some really good work within there, I think, which is also very evidence-based and data-driven, which will start to come together. All of that comes together then into the new operating model under enhancing community policing, which gives us the tools and the data to really focus at a divisional and right down to local level our prevention work. So on that first part, the second part is, I suppose, I give a shout out just in this space. It's something that we haven't mentioned just yet, to community planning, the criticality of community planning to drive in all of this. So Katrina and I both represent Police Scotland on the Community Planning Improvement Board, chaired by Greg Colgan, and that's Colgan, sorry, and that really is a fundamental element to starting to drive some of what you're talking about around consistency, sharing of best practice, trying to identify, you know, what are the horses we're going to back, if I'm honest, around all of this, where are we going to put the funds to really make a positive impact. So CPIB has become a really key vehicle under that, and I know the Chief Constable is very supportive of that being a really strong interface between Scottish Government, local authorities, police, the likes of Public Health Scotland and other blue lights, but most critically, third sector as well, being able to come into that space, and then using the CPPs at a local level to really drive and support that work. And finally, to your point around kind of the best practice and allocation of resources, one of the challenges we face at the moment, as you know, which sat behind the work of Policing for Our Communities and the Enhancing Community Policing project, is that we do still operate very different local policing models. So the reallocation and allocation of resource will differ against local priorities, but also against how those divisions are resourced. The purpose of rolling out a single model is, to your point, it makes it a lot more simple for us to be able to be consistent across the country. Where we see something working in one area, we're able to translate that very quickly into another. So single model, single approach, single method of resourcing does allow us in time to be able to do that. Notwithstanding that, in the meantime, through Wendy's work, through work in other threat areas, we do work very hard to identify and implement best practice. And again, I'd probably commend the work of the Retail Crime Task Force around how they're doing that really effectively, working closely with divisions to kind of deliver that effect. Hopefully that helps, Chris.
Thanks for that, Tim. And Patrick, do you want to come in on this as well?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just building on the ACC's points, I just wanted to take the opportunity to kind of highlight the great work of our performance officers, who are led by Tina, who's on the call today, the role they play in inputting to local tasking meetings, looking at the best practice, identifying those trends to help operational colleagues, you know, allocate the resources as the ACC has highlighted, and that's obviously all aligned to our overall performance and accountability. So I just wanted to kind of note the significant role they play. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Patrick. Do any members have any further questions that they want to ask at this stage? No, just a couple of questions from myself then, if you don't mind. The first one is really in relation to, you know, the excellent work that goes in and the challenging work that goes in within C3, within your command and control centres. Significant increase in the number of 999 calls that are being received, but the response times are still circa 9 seconds, so you want to commend that. But an area that comes up often is in relation to one-on-one calls. So we've seen an increase from around 3.5 minutes to, you know, over 8.5 minutes in terms of the average response time or answer time to these. and that relates also to a reduction in user satisfaction. So I'm just wondering, about what's going on within that particular setting. Is there any specific challenges around what 101? How are new technologies being embraced to try and help this situation? Because it's something that comes up a lot. There's a real public interest in being able to contact quickly Police Scotland to get their questions and their queries answered. Barry Blair. Thank you, Barry.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, everyone, and thank you for the question and for the recognition just around about the work that's going on around about the emergency line in particular. As you point out, and as detailed in the report, there has over the summer period been a marked increase in the demand on the emergency line. That has to a degree been mirrored across the UK, but we have seen a significantly bigger increase in our demand than some of our colleagues elsewhere. And as members will know, it's the same staff that are answering the emergency line as it is the 101, and our key focus is to prioritise that. So by doing that, then that can have a knock effect on our 101 average speed of answer, which has been seen in this report. Some of the challenges that were faced over the period, just on the back of that increasing demand, is that we also have been servicing some of the key events over the summer period. Some of the space within the C3 estate that would routinely be given over to training new recruits was given over to some of the multi-agency coordination centre. So we weren't able over the summer period to bring in as many members of staff as we would routinely have done. So we've been tackling that demand against a slightly reduced FTE effectively in the business area, and have been looking since that point to try and recover that back to our establishment levels, and that's ongoing at the minute. But there's no doubt that has had an impact on the 101. As you all know, we have been working really hard to bring in new technology. A lot of the technology we have been operating on has been dated, and I'm delighted to see that we did that on the 25th of November. So Tuesday, 25th of November, we went live with the new UCCP platform. And again, over the course of that morning, we were able to migrate all of our contacts, 999, 101, and our Contact Us platform across into the new system, which is it moves us from digital, it moves us onto digital from analogue, and it removes some of the risks that were inherent in that. Having brought that system in, though, in the early days of that system coming in, we did see increased delays in our call handling, both in the 999 service and the 101 service. Some of which I think we expected as our staff become accustomed to the new way of working and getting accustomed to the new system. But we began to see that over the first few days, and immediately had to take steps to work with the staff, work with the supplier, just to look at the configuration of the system, make sure that was optimising the way in which we route calls into our service centre. And having done that, we were able to bring the average speed of answer on the 999 line back into tolerance, so back into our target of which is effectively 10 seconds, an average speed of answer of 10 seconds for the emergency line. What we are working on at the minute is bringing the 101. So your point around about 101, that has remained higher than we would like it to be, and there's work ongoing at the minute under ACC Sutherland. There's a goal group that's been established around about that to focus really clearly on how we bring that 101 response back into tolerance, and a lot of good work has been done over the period. Probably just from my point of view, commend the staff that are involved in taking the calls, as they have been working really hard to adapt to the new system. So real credit to them. But in the background, we're looking at how we optimise the configuration of that system to make sure that we're maximising the resource availability, and also that we're making sure that the workflow within the system is as effective as it can be, so that our staff are as quick as they can be, in terms of how they manage calls. So very quickly, having seen the challenges on the 999 service, we were able to bring them back in to tolerance, and that continues to be the case. We still see spikes in demand as we would have done under our legacy systems, and we manage that, but the average speed of answer currently in the emergency line is back within tolerance, notwithstanding some of those spikes in key demand periods, and we're working really hard to make sure that the 101 service gets back to where we need it to be.
Thanks, Barry. I really appreciate you explaining the context and the steps that you're taking. And again, a shout out to the staff that work in a very challenging environment. I appreciate, that you're within tolerance on treble nines, and that is commendable. It really is. But from your explanations, what is your expectation then in terms of 101 calls and bringing that? Because it is an area that comes up often. When you speak to members of the public, when you hear commentators on it, and it certainly came up when I was speaking recently to councillors at the regional scrutiny committees.
So there isn't a national standard across the UK, but clearly we aspire to be answering non-emergency demand as quickly as we possibly can. Internally, we try to set a target of around about 5 minutes on the 101. And we're not achieving that at the minute. And as you see in the Q2 report, we haven't achieved that over the summer. So that's the aspiration in terms of that. But it's multifaceted, if I'm being honest. So yes, we need to be as effective as we can and exploit the technology. But we know within that 101 service, there's a whole lot of demand that probably shouldn't be there. So we see a lot of failure demand within the system, but we also see a lot of demand coming into policing that effectively is not for policing. So whilst the new technology will allow us to be more effective, it will allow us to open up a whole number of new channels of engagement, and that's one of the key reasons for bringing this system in. We're also working alongside that with the public digital contact work to see how we can shift some of the demand out of the 101 service. Make better options available to the public in terms of online, looking at the opportunities around about web chat and live chat. So there's a number of things this new platform does for us, but effectively we're doing that in tandem with the wider work that we've spoke about before at this committee to try and remove some of that failure demand and unnecessary demand within the service itself.
Yeah, that's really helpful, Barry. Thank you for that. And I think policing is often the service of last resort, if that's a term that I can use there, but there are often areas within that wider public service that would be better placed to assist people, and it's helpful to see that collective working together. So thank you for that. The final area that I just want to touch on is missing persons, and I think we're seeing some significant improvements in areas. In this areas and the work that Police Scotland are involved in relation to this. And I particularly note the reduction in people we've got from care settings. I just wondered if there's any comments from colleagues in Police Scotland around the wider work that's going on and what we would expect in the future in terms of improving this. ACC Peyton, Kat.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the question, and good to get an opportunity to talk about something that, again, similar to mental health, is a real challenge for our staff in terms of demand placed on them responding to missing persons, and again sits within Policing Together in terms of that kind of wider strategic direction, but very much, of course, a collective local response across the country. We've been very much supported, as you know, from the HMICS inspection that we had around missing persons, and one of the key recommendations, Chair, and that was around the wider strategic direction and ownership and visibility. So whilst operationally our process and practice was working, there was a lot more that we could be doing in that space. So there's been a significant programme again of work to bring that strategic direction, a strategic oversight group. And in fact, tomorrow we've got a big event at the Police College where we will be refreshing or highlighting the refreshed missing person framework that Scottish Government have developed, so that we can drive, you know, that consistency of best practice across our local policing divisions and really improve that response. And again, I think what I would want to reassure around, you mentioned specifically in relation to care establishments, all of that work continues to be considered through that joint lens. We've got our children and young persons team work very closely with our missing persons team, again, about what more we can do within the prevention space to prevent people going missing and then to prevent escalation and actually to address the underlying issues of why people are going missing in the first place. It is heartening to see the reduction, because every person that goes missing is a significant concern. There's something going on in their life story, as well as the significant resource that's required to respond in a way that makes sure that we are keeping them safe. I would just really want to reassure and emphasise to this group that we really do have a focus on that at a strategic level, and that translates right the way across the organisation and specifically with partners. And tomorrow's event is a really good example of that, showcasing partners coming together and the leads in this area, both at Scottish Government and third sector, and how we're all working to address and make sure that we understand why people go missing and what more we can do.
That's helpful, Kat. And as you say, that, you know, often in care settings, when people go missing, there's something in their lives and wider, you know, beyond the care setting. So I think the sensitive approach and the partnership approach that you adopt is very sensible. And as I said at the outset, it's good to see that there is a reduction in this, although every person needs the help when they need the help.
And I think I would just want to emphasise as well, Chair, you know, we've done a bit of work, for example, through the team. We did some work in K Division, because not only were a lot of our children going missing, but they were getting involved in criminality. So, you know, as a collective, we were then able to go in and start to really tackle and connect those young people to services and support that supported better choices and better behaviours. And we've seen a significant reduction from one of those care establishments as a result of that wider partnership intervention. So our team continued to be alive and respond to that. But you're absolutely right around understanding the underlying work. And again, going back to Patrick's team around our insights and engagements team, we've got a youth engagement team who next year will be publishing a youth engagement strategy, all of which helps support how we continue to engage our children and young people, and how we enter into conversations that support wider wellbeing and wider confidence in policing from their perspective.
Thank you for that. That's helpful to know as well. Okay, we spent some considerable time on this paper, but I think that's important. I'd like to thank everybody, you know, at this point for the comprehensive responses that we've received to the questions that were posed. There's a lot of, you know, very detailed explanation being provided, but I think what you've drawn out is the complexity, the cross-cutting issues, the synergy between different programmes and pieces of work. There's a lot of nuance there. You've certainly provided a lot of detailed assurance and reassurance. We're going to move on to the next paper, which is Police Scotland's 2030 vision, the 3-year plan, the biannual route report. Obviously, this is all within you know, the same section of policing performance reporting. So I'm just going to pose a question, but I'm not wanting a response just yet, maybe at the end of the next paper. It's just the sense that senior colleagues within Police Scotland have of the progress that has been made to date towards the delivery of the 4 pillars of the Vision 2030, the safer communities, the less crime, the supported victims, the thriving workforce. So we've had a lot of detail. It's all set out within those pillars, and it's helpful. But I would like to understand your sense of it, you know, when we get to the end of the next paper. So 2.2, I have DCC Alan Spears, who's going to provide the intro to this, and then I have the Chief Strategy Officer, Patrick Brown, who's going to present the paper itself. So Alan, over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair. And just a couple of comments from myself. So the figures you see within this paper are for the period April to September, and we've drawn a comparison on the same period from the previous year. I think you'll have seen, but one or two of the highlights that I would probably draw out is one or two significant figures that you would see around missing persons. Positively, the demand around missing persons has reduced by just over 13%. We highlight in the report that the criminal justice volume of cases that we're submitting has increased by a quarter. And we also highlight the number of positive drug wipes and safety camera detections have increased by over 26%. When we look at the category under less crime, Group 2 sexual crimes have increased by over 10%. And there's also a significant increase as it relates to both shoplifting and drugs. Supported victims, you'll see in a positive that we have increased the number of referrals to Victim Support Scotland by close on 10%. And again, the report we've touched on call handling this morning, but an increase in the number of treble 9 calls received. When we look at a thriving workforce, amongst other data that's here, we welcome a decrease in the number of complaints that are made against the police. But I guess conversely to that, we still see an increase in the number of officers who are being assaulted on a daily basis. So lots of detail in there, but I'll probably just pause, let Patrick add just a little bit of detail, and he may touch on all the information around milestones, Chair, and then again we'll be happy to take questions.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Patrick, over to yourself.
Thanks, DCC, and thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll just focus on the second half of the report. The first part is obviously our biannual summary of performance. We've just covered performance in detail, but focusing on our milestones around the kind of business plan. As you're aware, our business plan for the first 3 of the 6-year period was kind of highly ambitious plan in terms of what we set out to do for both us as a service, but also kind of key partnership working. So pages 6 to 7 provide a kind of clear graphic in terms of showing the summary of the year 1 milestones that carried forward into year 2 as they'd been incomplete, and obviously the year 2 milestones as of quarter 2. So the year 1 milestones which were carried forward show 2 being red, 8 purple and 9 amber at this time, whilst the year 2 milestones are currently 1 red, 11 purple, 38 amber and 5 green, and we've broken these down in the graphs per business area as well. I think there are a couple overarching themes which mean we are making progress, but maybe in some areas not at the pace we would like to. Some of that is we are dependent on the continued support and collaboration with partners who sometimes do not have the same kind of capacities we have and to progress some of these areas, but also the increase in demand we are facing is kind of slowing some of the progression up here. Some of our commitments are quite required on further investment, and that has been set out by the Chief Constable in the kind of budget bid. And just the kind of significant demand on the change in process, has kind of delayed some of our work. However, there's some real positives, as has already been mentioned. For example, this report is dated at the end of September, but in Q3 of the financial year already, we're seeing significant progress. Just pulling out what Chief Superintendent Blair highlighted already. We went live with a major IT change on UCCP, and we have made progress in an area. A number of other areas around force mobilisation continues to be kind of rolled out as one example under that kind of pillar under less kind of crime. We are kind of seeing the progress which we have noticed on direct measures continuing to be going out, and the fact we now have a really successful retail crime task force kind of established and is delivering, as ACC Mayors pointed out in our kind of performance section earlier. We have noticed the continued huge support of the referrals to Victim Scotland, really great partnership there under the supported victims. And under the thriving workforce, we have continued with our commitment around the staff survey, which the results will be kind of published early in the year in the public kind of domain, and we are progressing quite significantly with our enabling service review. So some great progress and some big pieces of work, but I will stop there and happy to obviously take any detailed point on what again is a very extensive report. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Patrick. I'll open it out to questions, and I see that Katerina Casper has raised her hand. So Katerina, if I can hand over to yourself.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to colleagues and Patrick for explaining this. I mean, it's a comprehensive report. There's a lot of content in there, and I suppose my questions to a degree relate to the theme that Alistair has already mentioned. So there's a lot of milestones, there's a lot of activity, there is the 2030 vision, and I suppose, if I'm reading the summary correctly, so my observation shows that over 50% of the year one carried forward milestones will still, from what I understand, will not be delivered by the end of year two. So that's that purple color coding. So I am just really quite interested in understanding how these are prioritized alongside the year two milestones that are planned for year two. So those 10, are they planned? So if they're not on target for delivery in the next year, has an assessment been made as to whether they are benefiting in terms of the progress towards the vision, or will they be paused? So just a little bit more of a narrative around what's happening with the ones that are already delayed and are still not on track for delivery in this coming year. That's the first question.
Thanks, Katerina. And Patrick, I see you want to come in and respond to that.
Right, thank you. Firstly, I'll just talk about the governance process in terms of that assessment. So yes, these are regularly assessed through our Operation Evolve Silver group, which I'm part of, led by Chief Superintendent Trickett, where we are regularly assessing these in terms of how are we continuing? Do we need to put additional resource into them through the change function, or do we just need to keep effectively ticking them over? And if we take the example that you've pointed out of the year one milestones on purple, not all of them are simply deliverable by ourselves in that partnership approach we want to continue. If you take the common data platform, we are progressing that really, really well, particularly being led through ACC Patents team in the Edinburgh Futures Institute and the Scottish Prevention Hub about how we bring the partners to generate that, because that is going to be of huge benefit to the whole system. If we understand a person's history, the data that all partners, it means we can provide a more positive response either from policing or the wider public sector. I mean, again, if you look at the time scale in terms of the work involved as well. So, for example, the review of officer and staff profiles, that work is underway. It's been a lot more intensive than what we've needed. We brought in a partner to do that work, but that does continue and will face into what will be a refresh of our workforce strategy in due course. And I expect us to hear a bit more about that post best value audit as well. So in terms of how they are prioritised, it is dependent on where the resource need ultimately is required. And if we've taken it as far as we can, and it's dependent, we allocate the resources elsewhere. So it's quite a dynamic, agile, continued reassessment, done monthly, but more proactively on a quarterly basis to provide the updates to SLB and ultimately to this committee. But I'm glad to see that some of them have already progressed from purple to amber or green, and hopefully we'll be able to provide that update at the next quarterly report. I hope that helps answer your question, Katerina.
Thanks, Patrick. Back to yourself, Katerina.
It does, Patrick. Thank you for that. I absolutely appreciate that. It's like some of these are big milestones. So maybe then the question is just around. It's almost like circle of influence, circle of concern, right? And so what you've just described is what is it that Police Scotland can achieve under its own steam, so to say, and where there's their dependencies on others. And maybe it's just a question of the presentation of these then, because as I say, just purely looking at it, you're kind of thinking, well, these are already carried forward and they will still not be completed. And, but I think, I understand, and it's good to hear that there is that governance that sits around that. And obviously you do review it in a lot more detail on a much more regular basis. So that is reassuring that it is constantly kept under review. I think that's good. Kind of moving on to year 2 milestones then, again, something which just jumps out is the one milestone which is red to me suggests that it's not been progressed during the current year, and that is the one that relates to leadership development. Now, I think leadership development for any organisation is critical, but I think it's particularly critical for an organisation like Police Scotland, where it's all about the people. So I am wondering what plans exist in Police Scotland just now to invest in this critical area of leadership development. I appreciate this isn't the People Committee just now, but at the same time, this is the one milestone, as I say, that sticks out. And similarly, I think it would also be good to have just a very short overview of the 11 milestones for year 2 that are underway but are not on track for completion, and whether there's any risks that relate to those and the fact that they won't be completed.
Thanks, Katerina. Patrick, and I know you put your hand up earlier, perhaps to just expand slightly on the first question. If you want to touch on that, then fine. And obviously, Katerina's posed further question to you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just reflect on that kind of first point, Katerina, in terms of how we categorise and present the information. I think you've given us a really good reflection to think back about how we maybe present that, and I'm looking to Tina in the call. We can maybe more clearly highlight the elements that are dependent on others and other partners versus kind of us to make that clearer. I think you used the words of under our own steam, in terms of how we present that. Just looking at the year 2 milestones on red about the leadership development. So the reason why that is kind of red at the moment is we are obviously finalising our evaluation of the leadership programme that's been undertaken across all managers and senior leadership. So we have taken a proactive decision to just pause, do that evaluation and take that organisational learning in terms of how do we then kind of either continue that programme, adjust or roll, and that will become part of an investment decision. But what I would not want the committee to walk away and say we're not doing anything on, kind of leadership training. Significant programmes still are in place within the organisation, as well as supported by the College of Policing as well. But I'll bring DCC Spears in on this one particularly, and then I'll pick up the other points on the ones that are on track. Thank you.
DCC Spears, Alan?
Thanks very much. And just to come back to Katerina's question around leadership. So one of the things I'm looking at this week at my management board is a paper around a sustained leadership and talent ecosystem. So we are doing a lot of thinking within Police Scotland around what do we offer and what do we provide in that space. So it is at this time very, very topical, and I do think that's something that we will bring back in the early course through the People Committee. A couple of other elements I think are significant. In recent weeks, we've aligned much of our leadership work to the College of Policing. So not only are we aligned on the values competency frameworks that they would use, but actually the whole structure around leadership. And only in the last couple of weeks, we've been offered a seat round the table to sit on the board of the College of Policing. I think that's really significant, but that allows us to draw best practice from a UK position. We also, in recent weeks, we trialled looking at promotion from a different perspective and not being centred on my career. Again, we spoke about that at the People Committee, but we want my career to be more about the lateral development of our staff and not aligned to promotion. And the minute we align it to promotion, people focus on it for that singular purpose. So there is that piece. And then for those moving towards more senior ranks, I think there's a number of things that we would offer in assumption to other parts of the UK about our approach to promotion, our development of portfolios of evidence for future progression towards the ELP programme, and we have an external provider that supports that, as well as a mentoring programme in partnership. And perhaps what I've described is a range of different things there, Chair, and there may be an absolute desire to bring a slightly more structured report into the next People Committee on this theme.
Thanks for that, Alan. I think that would be appreciated, and I know that we did explore it in a little bit of depth, and Katrina pointed out this isn't People Committee, but the context you raised it as today's report. We did look at in a bit of depth at People Committee, I know that. Patrick, you're still on Katrina's question?
Yeah, it's just if Katerina wants us just to kind of provide assurance on the amber. So I'll run through, but we'll look to kind of colleagues around the virtual room as well. So the first amber one is on page 46 of the report, which is the redesign of the day and shift patterns. So I'm looking to ACC Waddle here to give me assurance that this is on track to deliver on the year 2 deliverable. And we're already seeing quite significant impact of the force mobilisation model, which are seeing FMM officers being deployed routinely to weekend protests, to major events to support frontline policing and keep our officers in the community. And we're already seeing the reduction in the requirement for rest day cancellations whilst managing the significant demand on the organisation. But ACC Waddle may wish to add.
Alan?
Yeah, just to give that reassurance. So force mobilisation model, we've done the first 2 phases, so operational support's been completed. We've worked through Katrina's world and LTD and other colleagues on the call, and we move on to phase 3 into the new year, which is SCD. So a lot of work's been done as of last weekend. Over the course of the weekend, we had an extra 160 officers working at the weekend, which we didn't have before. So steady progress, but further work still to be done. But yeah, I can give that reassurance.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Alistair. Sorry, Patrick. I meant the purple ones, actually. I meant the ones that, the 11 milestones. There's 11 milestones for year 2 that are underway, but not on track for completion. So it's the purple ones I think I'm talking about.
My apologies, Katrina.
Sorry.
I picked up it was the amber ones. No, that's my kind of impact. So the first one is coming to Katrina in a moment, and this is around the year 1 milestone, which is continuing over as well, which is the utilisation of the conduct and performance regulations, which I'm hoping the DCC or ACC could help me out on. But this is in relation to PEC's work is continuing to progress with the Scottish Government's review. We expect that to be introduced by April 2026, but we're obviously at kind of play in terms of the government's rollout and expectations here, but we continue to partner kind of with SG on a regular basis, but I'm not sure if the DCC or ACC is kind of closer to that one.
ACC Peyton, Kat?
Yeah. I'm not necessarily closer, maybe in location and in terms of the offices, but I see the DCC is busy at the moment. I think probably just to echo what Patrick has said from the outset around the programme of work and the focus that there has been around this, and even very recently the continued engagement, you know, across the board with political figures as well. So I guess, I suppose what I would want to see, we're very much in the space of having done everything in our gift, and we are very much in the space of still having to navigate other partnership working in that area, but reassured that it's still very much front and centre in the focus and the determination of ACC Ratcliffe and how that progresses going forward.
Yeah.
Thank you, ACC.
Can I just pause it there a second? I'm not sure, Katrina, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're wanting a response to all 11. It was really just within your internal governance and how you manage this. You know, what are the themes why so many are purple? What are the risks to the organisation? Just that collective overview, and how's this going to impact on that overall delivery of the programme?
Good. My
Is that what you were looking for, Katerina?
Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry, I do not intend to keep us here all week.
My apologies. I completely misinterpreted the conversation. The biggest issue across the themes of the purple is number one, it's people related and it requires a lot of consultation. So if you take that through FMM, you take it through PECs and you take it through the estates milestones in particular, they're all subject to target operating model kind of changes to be able to deliver against that. So therefore it is the people changes which are timely and consuming. So they are reviewed regularly through the GNCC forums as well as the Operation Silver and escalated up to our internal performance committee and SLB. If you look at the kind of other ones, the theme that goes through is about technological investment. So if you look particularly about the required capital bid that we require to complete these, particularly around automation and process reduction, that transpires through to our enabling service review one, which is sitting purple, because to enable and gain the benefits from that require that investment. And as ACC Mayors highlighted earlier, that is a key component within the budget bid that we've put into kind of government. And really that is the kind of, I would say, the two major themes that transpire through. The third one, which is not as apparent, particularly in this year 2 milestones, but was definitely apparent in year 1 ones that are carried on, is just the importance of that partnership relationship and the capacity that partners have to kind of collaborate. It is not that the willingness is not there by our partners, it is absolutely, but it's just the capacity and the own demands they are facing within their organisation. So thank you, Katerina. I'm so sorry for misinterpreting your question at the outset. My apologies to the committee.
Not at all. Thank you.
Thanks, Katerina. And I suppose, Patrick, you know, we're 18 months into a 3-year business plan here, you know, and there is some delay in it, as always, in a large, complex plan. So, you know, it's how do you take stock? How do you realign the programme? How do you reflect on how you set out the next 3 years towards the next 6 years is kind of, I think, what lies behind the questioning here.
Yeah, so just in terms of the update on timelines, and then I'll bring the ACC patent in as well. The key kind of element that we are now embarking on from January onwards is looking at our approach to not just the annual police plan for next year, but what the next 3-year business plan and starting that planning process. That is the point where we'll be taking stock about the commitments that we will genuinely carry forward into the next 3 years if they are incomplete, but really doing that stock check, which Katerina is speaking about are we going to see that progress, particularly in the partner elements? Yeah. Are we able to progress some of these dependent on what the budget settlement will be? And we have to see all that coming together in the early spring. So planning for that is starting in January. Early spring, once with the budget settlement, we'll really start to kind of see where we go forward and take stock at that point.
Okay, thank you. Katerina Payton, ACC, please come in.
Thanks, Jane. It was probably just to touch on that point that Patrick alluded there, maybe just to bring it to life a wee bit as well. Whilst, of course, this is a report which brings it all together and into one place and, you know, has that status and rightly answering the question, how do you prioritise within your priorities and how do you make sure that you're not losing sight of, you know, focus and attention that's needed, but do that within the context of our ongoing demand, as we've just spoken about through the performance report. So I suppose using, you know, Policing Together as an example, there's a number of course, milestones that are captured there within my area of business. So beyond the work that happens here, there's a real focus across all of our team around the activity and the progress that's been made and any inhibitors which we then obviously would flag through our governance structures. And I guess I just want to emphasise what Patrick said there. We know that we're moving towards another understanding of what our budget's going to be next year. So all of this continues. It's like we spin that model constantly to say, are we still where we need to be? You know, these are, of course, strategic ambitions and milestones, and to embed them, they do take time. So your point, Chair, is really important around, you know, we're just 18 months into this programme, and certainly from my area of business, a lot of the work that we've got ongoing is going to have to continue. We're starting to see progress, but the milestones and the timescales are for the duration of our business plan. So I guess it's probably just to give you that reassurance that the agility of our understanding of where we are, how we escalate that if we're finding that there's reasons why we're not able to deliver on it, but then bringing that together as a collective, as Patrick says, in the near future, to say, in light of what our funding arrangements are likely to be and the context of the ongoing demand, can we still achieve what we've said we're going to achieve, and how do we make that happen in terms of our priority?
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful. Move on. Thanks for your patience. I have Councillor Chalmers and then I have Tom Halpin. Maureen.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions. There's been a wee bit of response already, but I wanted to kind of just ask a wee bit around about the work with community planning partnerships and what's been working, where are the challenges, and what are the plans to progress this. I think Patrick referred to some of the challenges, which are that everybody's got a lot to do, and I think it'd be really important to do that. I was really pleased to hear from Tim that the Community Planning Improvement Board seems to be working. I know that's been part of the problem in the past. And my second question is, looking at this paper from a local authority perspective, the update report and consequently the 3-year business plan does not include any specific focus or consideration of how Police Scotland will seek to strengthen scrutiny of its performance at a local level through local scrutiny panels and engagement with communities. Is there a specific reason for that? I think the action in CPPs touches on some of it, but maybe, you know, there's a dimension that's maybe missing there. So really happy to hear folks' thoughts on that.
Thanks, Maureen, for your questions. I see the ACC mayors who you referenced wants to come in on this. So Tim, over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor. So the CPP work, which is easy for some people to say, I think we're at a turning point, I suppose, and that's where through CPIB we have been seeking and to have that wider discussion across the sector. So at the last meeting, which was about 2 weeks ago, there was a paper tabled around the role of Community Planning Improvement Board, and the key element of that, I guess, was how do we drive and support community planning at a local level. You'll be aware of survey work by the Improvement Service across the community planning partnerships. There is a general sense in a number of places, and I suppose it's notable that not all community planning partnerships replied to that survey, so that immediately gives you a sense of the variances, I think, at a local level around where they're working and where they're not. I think there's a general sense that we've seen a withdrawing of partners putting funds into the partnerships. So the assets and resources that they have to kind of plan with have become slightly diluted. And I think one of the issues that we discussed at CPIB is the centrality of community planning as a function to deliver these things, and this sense that often at the moment across all sectors we're starting to create alternatives to community planning to fix things as opposed to actually investing in an existing structure that's there. And I know even within the world of Police Scotland SPA and the work with our Blue Light partners, that was something we reflected on, which was at what point does collaboration, Blue Light collaboration, looking at prevention, mental health and other factors start to take away from the fact that we sit on the CPIB and we should be backing that. So I'm confident that as we move towards the Holyrood election in May, that we are in a position working with Scottish Government to really try and clarify the role of community planning partnerships and then ensure that as it moves into kind of the next programme for government, that it is part of that lifeblood, if you will, between local authorities, central government, third sector, the Blue Light and others to try and drive that. So I think there are a lot of factors there. My commitment, I think, this year is I want to get into the more local level of community planning partnerships. I want to attend them more at local level. A number of the chief executives I've spoken to in the last few months are really energised by the desire to push the CPPs, and I know within the Edinburgh and South East City region area there have been conversations about how we might start to capture the key core themes around that and start to play those up. And I do think there's a conversation that the Chief has been involved in along with other partners around how would we start to point back funding towards community planning as a vehicle for collaborative work and prevention work on our ground at sort of grassroots. So none of that, I would say, suggests that I think we're we're just where we need to be with it right now. But I do think there are massive opportunities to push that forward. For us, a lot of the delay, if you will, was getting our operating model defined so that we understood what our offering was into that. And now we're able to increasingly focus on the partnership and collaboration element of that.
Thanks, Tim. Maureen?
It was really just about that, the second part of my question, or second question, which was about that lack of specific focus on how Police Scotland will seek to strengthen scrutiny at a local level through this work, and just kind of, is that work to take it into CPP space, knowing that right now isn't kind of perhaps across Scotland consistent?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor. So I suppose there's two parts to that. I think it's a fair challenge around where it fits within the vision. Safer communities are communities that feel they can hold policing to account and have that connection around policing. So what I would point to, I suppose, is you're aware, Councillor, we have our statutory duty to be held to account by our scrutiny conveners, and in support of that, we also run regional scrutiny panels. We have the national one coming up in the next few weeks. So I would say, to give you some reassurance, it does remain a priority within the organisation. Our actions, I believe, demonstrate that. And Emma and Stevie, I was chatting to Stevie just there about scrutiny in Dumfries and Galloway in the last week. So we are undertaking that. I suppose it comes back to this point of the vision around trying to get that balance right about the things that we want to focus on that really, really need to change, and the things that we want to continue to invest in. Scrutiny is something we want to continue to invest in. But certainly I think, and Patrick will agree, I imagine as we're moving towards the next 3-year plan, if there's a sense that there's something that we need to do transformationally in that space to change how we're doing it or improve it, then we can certainly build that in.
Okay, thanks, Tim. And Maureen, I see that I have a number of others wish to come in response to this part. We've got that commander perspective. So I think, Emma, you raise your hand first on that, and then Steve. So if I could pass to Emma and then Steve.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, absolutely. So just give you that local perspective to say that I've had a number of conversations in this forum at the moment with regards to what does effective scrutiny really mean. I have 3 local authorities in the Greater Glasgow area. All 3 scrutiny sort of setups are completely different, and their priorities are very different in that regard. I have a challenging time, shall we say, with the Greater Glasgow division because of the remit and because of obviously the size and scale of Glasgow. And that's what I think some of the challenges are. It's what our local aspects of that look like. What I have done locally, just to give you a little bit of more reassurance in this space, is sat down and said, what is it you would like? So actually I've given a significant more context to the figures that we provide. The headlines, as we've actually discussed this morning as part of the performance report, violence against women and girls, antisocial behaviour, drug deaths, community cohesion, etc., etc. That I have that set up, but then I have other local authorities who want more of a broad brush approach, and we're further down the agenda. So I think that bit we need to work a little bit more in terms of what the vision for policing in terms of delivery locally, but also what the local aspects of that are, if that helps in any way.
Thanks, Emma. Steve, over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair. Just to add very quickly, just to what Emma's saying there. So community council engagement scrutiny is really a subject of a great deal of focus in our division so we can try and get this right. But just to give you an idea of the scale and task, Emma's got probably the biggest, most challenging division in Scotland. I have in Dumfries and Galloway 85 community council meetings per month. 85 which I need to try and service with a limited number of community policing officers. So we are reaching out constantly to the community councils just to, as Emma's kind of suggesting here, just to find out exactly what it is that they want, and let's try and get a consistent approach, because what one is looking for the other isn't necessarily. So there's a considerable amount of time and effort Maureen spent in trying to get that level of engagement right and scrutiny right.
Thanks for that. And then finally, Patrick.
just finally re-emphasising the kind of ACC's point about the kind of seriousness that we obviously kind of take their element of scrutiny. And obviously there's a chance to shape this, and Councillor would really welcome your views on this as part of the APP, the 3-year plan refresh, which will come out to consultation, and COSLA are a key party in that to receive that feedback. But we're also taking the feedback on board that was received as part of the regional scrutiny events, which the chair of the committee mentioned at the outset of the performance board. So we keep building and improving on that. That's kind of supported by my team under Tina, giving support to all the divisional commanders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, thanks, Maureen. If I could pass to Tom Halpin again. Thank you for your patience, Tom.
Thanks, Chair. I want to focus on one area. The previous Chief Constable, and reiterated by this, the current Chief Constable, is the absolute determination for Police Scotland to be an anti-racist and rights-based organisation. And in the report, embedding the human rights framework is at purple status. So there's a couple of things in there, reaffirming that determination. Where is it as a priority, and what's stopping it from moving from purple?
Thanks, Tom. ACC Payton, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I think I would just start by confirming that it remains an absolute priority. I've reflected previously that, you know, as an organisation, becoming anti-racist and anti-discriminatory will only happen when we have embedded process and practice and culture that helps us understand the impact of what we're doing across our communities. And whilst I very much focus, and a lot of our programme of activity is about improving and bringing about behavioural change, the process that supports us do that is our Equality and Human Rights Impact Assessment process, our Children's Rights Impact Assessment process, and all of that continues to drive and embed across our organisation and across every business area, across every member of staff, every leader, the focus that whilst the intentions may be good around decisions and changes in practice, are we taking the time to understand the impact? So a couple of things I would want to say, because that has been our focus. We have put in governance structures across the organisation at a strategic level. We've mapped all of the previous recommendations and feedback that we've had around the importance of this, so that we could be really clear on the priorities, perhaps going back a bit to Katrina's point about understanding our priorities within the priorities. So trying to take the opportunity to really understand where our focus needed to be. And that starts with the visibility and the governance structures that we have put in place through strategic oversight and our human rights improvement group, which makes sure that we continue to have attention to the activity that's ongoing. Of course, governance structures are one thing, but it's also about the resources that we have invested as an organisation, and we've got 3 dedicated staff working to improve and embed that human rights approach and that process, supported by specialist advice from a human rights advisor. And all of that is starting to have an impact. So I think I would say a number of things, and please be reassured, we absolutely have this as a focus front and centre, but it probably goes back to the Chair's point around the time scales of this plan. A lot of this work is well underway, well in train, and again has already supported us operationally. If we think about some of the work we have done around sex and gender, around impartiality, responding to process, those structures and those resources have been agile enough to be able to support us as our context continues to change. So I guess the reflection of all of that is saying that we are still responding and making sure that we're in a really strong position and the foundations are laid. The next steps will be the culmination of all of that coming together. So bringing the feedback from our training needs analysis, from our organisational gap analysis, and then being able to say what more do we need to do to make sure it's embedded across the organisation. My confidence is that you will see, again, continued but significant progress further as we go into to the next year.
Thanks, Kat. Tom, do you want to come back in on this?
That's reassuring. That it's an absolutely clear statement that this is still a high priority.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom. Maureen, I don't know if that's a legacy hand or if you have a further question on this. Oh, okay. So we've spent significant amount of time on both of these papers, but this is a Policing Performance Committee, so these papers are the cornerstone. I will say again, you know, absolutely, these were comprehensive responses we've had, excellent explanations. Really appreciate that. I did pose that sort of overarching question, you know, just what is the sense within the senior team within Police Scotland of the progress that you're making, reflecting on that quarterly performance report we've had, reflecting on that, you know, the mid-year report, year 2 in the 3-year business plan. You know, what's your reflection, what's your sense of the progress you're making towards Vision 2030, 18 months into what is a 6-year programme? Thanks. I've got a number of people coming in here. Alan, I'll turn to you for Alan Spears. I'll turn to you first, and then I'll have Alan Waddle and then Tim Mayers. Appreciate you coming. I know it's a big question, but you know, I think it draws together what we've been speaking about this morning.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I'm smirking at my colleagues because it's quite a subjective question, and we could all probably arrive at a slightly different position on it. I think my first reflection is probably having been around Police Scotland since its inception, 2013. I don't think there's been a point in time where we've had a vision that everybody within the organisation can get behind, whether you know you're a staff member in a very rural location or whether you're a very senior person working in a very urban setting. So I think for us to get a vision in which we can get behind is significant itself, and I think then to be able to start to layer data behind that, as we've done in the paper at 2.2, in itself is hugely significant. There are 4 really big themes, I think, for all of us as senior leaders within policing. It crystallises the areas that we would want to make progress in. We don't sit as an executive team and think, well, if we can only do one thing, is less crime more important than safer communities, or is it a thriving workforce? We look at it as 4 really significant strands. I would suggest that if you were to speak to the majority of people within the organisation, they would know about the vision, they would know about the key elements of the vision. So all of that, I think contextually, is massively important. So to try and directly answer your question, I do think we're making positive progress. We've got some really complex crime matters to address, and we've had a range of questions that's around that. But I think, again, to give you and board members a real bit of an assurance, when we start to think about the movement of resource across the organisation, what we think, you know, what's important, it's set against threat, risk and harm, which plays much into the vision. So I think we've built a really strong platform on which we can deliver over the next 3.5 years. So whilst maybe for some the progress might not be massively tangible, I think we've set a trajectory that allows us to make significant progress over the next few years. So that would be just, I know it's a bit of a ramble, but it would just be my general view.
I appreciate that, Alan. So over to the next Alan Waddle.
Thanks, Chair. Listen, I'm not surprised, but I agree entirely with what the Deputy just articulated. And I guess for me, I would describe it as we've got momentum. So for me, in my portfolio, the big ticket things are really clear. Forced mobilisation model, we've spoken about some of the progress already this morning, we've seen in that space. The roads policing model and how that can impact upon our communities. There's significant progress in that space, but work still to be done. And the RDU and how we resource up and down the country, again, there's progress being made. So we've not finished what we need to do, but do I see progress? Do I see that being a real focal point for the organisation, for the teams, my teams? Absolutely. So, I agree with the depth point. I think we've got some positive, genuine momentum in this space.
Thank you for that, Alan. And then last word on it, Tim.
Thanks, Chair. I was in Falkirk last week visiting officers there, and I suppose giving you a sense of where they are on this and what their view is on how we're doing in the division. I met amazing folks there, working under an awful lot of pressure and a lot of demand, particularly around Claddon Hotel and other pressures in that space. But notwithstanding that, speaking to the response inspectors and others, they pointed to significant shifts in demand falling on response as a result of the new enhancing community policing model. They spoke about the positives of the introduction of body-worn video, how that's making officers feel safer, how that's allowing them to be able to tell their story, if you will, when they're on the ground and capture better evidence, particularly around domestic abuse incidents. And they also talked about the positives of FMM, as Alan indicated, and we're seeing a reduction in their non-core overtime that indicates that that's having a positive impact. They also pointed to the benefits in the reforms within the criminal justice space that Wendy and now Mark led on, which is seeing a reduction in overtime, a reduction in cancelled rest days, and a reduction in other pressures on the officers. So on the plus side across all of those aspects, and also, better service to victims through the Community Investigations Hub, which has been delivered within Forth Valley and be rolled out. The flip side to that, I guess, is, as I said, they are operating under a lot of pressure, and like a lot of officers within frontline policing, in support of the Chief Constable's budget proposal, they would say, we're trying to do an awful lot with less than we had. And that thriving workforce element, to me, despite all the efforts and all the work we're putting into that, still remains kind of the big pressure that we're hopeful we'll see some support for when we come to January.
Okay, and again, thank you for your comments and what your thoughts are on the progress today. Okay, so that's section 2 finished. Before we move on to the next agenda item, thank you again, for the responses to the questions. I think it's been very, very helpful this morning, but I think everybody needs a short break. So it's 12:45, so if everybody could be back for 12:55, that would be appreciated. Thank you. thank you for everybody for returning so promptly. I know it was a very short comfort break, but as we all appreciate, we've got an extremely busy agenda today. Just a couple of points for information. I know that DCC Spears has had to duck out, for a short period of time because he's got another meeting that he has to be in. I know that ACC Peyton as well. You've got to go out shortly. You've got another commitment that you've got to fulfil. Your agenda item 4.3. If you're not back for that, we could put it later on in the agenda. Hopefully that would work for yourself. And then just to note that we've also got Dr. Andrew Wolf coming in for 4.4 at 1:30. So he's coming in externally. So I may just adjust the agenda slightly to accommodate him, if that works for everybody and there's no objections to that. Okay, so thank you very much. Let's move on without any further delay. So I believe we're on to agenda item 3.1, which is under section 3, operational matters, and it's an assurance update on outstanding warrants. And we have ACC Wendy Middleton, who's going to present this paper to us. Wendy, over to yourself.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about warrants today. Stevie and I will probably be a double act on this because I think it is important just from a divisional perspective that you get a bit of a flavour as well of how warrants are approached within the division. I know Stevie has particular interest in that. I suppose the first point I'd make is just a clarification, which I had asked to be included in the paper but hasn't made its way in. So there are two types of warrants, pre-conviction and post. And the pre-conviction are issued by the Crown, not the court, and the court issue the post-conviction. So just that clarification. Warrants are in three criteria: category A, B, C, depending on the seriousness of the offending. And I think this ties into something I'll touch on. And you have the figure there in the paper in terms of the outstanding warrants, which generally sit in and around the 10,000 mark. And we never seem to really be able to make much of a dent in that. However, and what is really important to stress is that we have 31,000 from the 1st of January of this year, with 31,376 warrants issued, which is a phenomenal amount of warrants coming into the police service for execution. 29,858 have been executed or disposed of, and 23,715 were by arrest. So it's not as if policing is not responding to this. I think that's the point I really want to make so clear in this. But it is a case of we are still feeling the effects of inefficiencies within the criminal justice system. And of course, this ties into the resourcing model, and we are managing more risk within local communities now as a consequence of decisions taken around the prison population. And I make no judgment around that. It's just a simple fact that we are carrying more risk, more demand is being shifted into policing. And the importance of community policing can't be underestimated in this space either. So in terms of 36,000 warrants issued every year is kind of the trajectory. There are more high courts, there were more sheriff and jury courts as a consequence of COVID recovery. So that figure was increasing, and we were seeing that. We do prioritise the warrants, and Stevie will maybe touch on that in a little bit more detail for me. We do prioritise them on threat, harm and risk based on each individual warrant. So when they come to us, they have a category assigned. We will then do more checks on them. And members will note that we do see a tail off during busier months as well, when we're operationally really working at pace, which of course we're seeing an increase in that consistently now. We don't have the time and the space necessarily to execute warrants. In terms of the types of warrants, the bulk of warrants is across Glasgow, it's across Lanarkshire, and it's across Edinburgh. That's where the volume will be. But the failure to appear warrants account for anywhere between 50 and 75% of warrants at any one time. And why I mention that is because the failure to appear warrants were of a particular concern to me. I had raised this through the Criminal Justice Board on a number of occasions. And the reason why I raised it was because I was very concerned that we have a very formal traditional approach to justice and to the justice system. And we're imposing that on people who do not necessarily lead that kind of lifestyle, and it doesn't lend itself to you will appear at court on a certain date and time. And it goes into my earlier comments, refers to my earlier comments around the arrest referral scheme. Community Justice Scotland came in and did a piece of research within the police custody units to try and identify why people were not appearing for court, those who had been arrested on failure to appear warrants. And members will have heard me mention this before. We unearthed a concept called missingness. They're missing every appointment under the sun. And people need support. We know that people need support to be able to get to court. And in years gone by, the police would have been doing that function. We simply cannot do that, nor is it appropriate. So my particular focus is on failure to appear, but I do want to, before just a hand over to Stevie to really, I suppose, give you a flavour of how this works on the everyday, I do want to assure you that we do know where all the warrants are. We do know the age of all the warrants. We do know the categorisation of all the warrants, and we do know in what divisions the warrants are held. There's no doubt that the vast majority are non-appearance, followed by initiating, followed by means warrants. So that they really are, we understand the picture. There's nothing that is a surprise to us around it. And I just want to touch on, before I bring Stevie in, I just want to touch on some things that I think are really going to make a difference. Summary case management, which members will have heard about, those earlier resolution of cases, those early guilty pleas, that takes churn out of the system, and the failure to appear warrants are all a symptom of churn. The Crown Office are also going to introduce nudge. This is on the back of the research that Community Justice Scotland did, where a text reminder will be sent to people to let them know they've got court the next day. Crown Office are also going to chair a short life working group, because they understand the impact that this sheer volume is putting into the system. And it is largely failure to appear warrants are largely failure demand. There's not really another way to describe it. And so through that short life working group, they're also going to look at trials in absence. And so no longer adjourning cases because the suspect, the defendant, hasn't appeared. And also the arrest referral programme that I mentioned earlier. So there's a number of things coming in the coming months that I think are going to have an impact. I'm not sure that they're going to completely reduce the numbers, but they're certainly going to have an impact. But Stevie, can I maybe bring you in just in terms of how warrants are viewed and approached within Dumfries and Galloway, please?
Yep, thanks ACC Chair. So just to kind of build on what the ACC's just set out there, what I would say is prioritisation of warrants is one of my key areas of focus in the division, and I'm sure I speak for the other commanders as well. It's one of the things, I'll be honest, that kind of keeps me awake at night in terms of where we've got offenders wanted for crimes across the division, because quite frankly, the last thing that I want is for somebody who is wanted on a warrant to be committing another crime, or indeed be a victim of crime. So it is one of my kind of top areas of focus. Just to kind of briefly explain in terms of prioritisation, just as the ACC's kind of set out there, kind of focuses very much on prioritisation of Category A warrants, particularly where an individual is wanted for a serious sexual crime or a violent crime. Clearly it's in everyone's best interest to get that warrant executed as quickly, as efficiently as possible. And in terms of the sort of local governance arrangements we have around that, I get a weekly readout of all our outstanding warrants, particularly Category A warrants, and my kind of expectation to the management team and the officers is that those warrants are executed as quickly as possible. And I'll be, once I'm told that we'll get a live Category warrant in the division, I'll be looking for some executive action, so feedback as to how that's progressing. I get a weekly readout as well of the number of warrants that have been executed in the previous week. There's fairly consistent number of warrants executed over the kind of weeks. And if there's any kind of dips in that performance, then I'll kind of probe into that accordingly. And then on a monthly basis at my tasking and performance meeting, of which mine is tomorrow, I'll have a readout of the number of live warrants in the division and the number that have been executed in the previous week. So just to give you an illustration, since the beginning of this financial year, we've had 500 warrants issued in the division, with 295 people or individuals arrested. 144 of those are live and 50 are being withdrawn. So I'll only give you those figures to show you the kind of level of detail and scrutiny that's applied to that on a monthly basis, if that's helpful. Thanks.
Thanks, Stevie. And I suppose just in terms of, we obviously apply a threat, harm and risk lens to warrants, which is absolutely right and proper. But I do think from a meeting I chaired quite recently with the Court Service and with the Crown Office, as well as Police Scotland colleagues, I do think there are opportunities to deal with a large number of warrants collectively. So what I mean by that is in a 3-year period from 22 to 25, 663 people accounted for 9,112 warrants. So whilst we look at everything in its own merits and its seriousness, I think there is an opportunity to look at how we deal with those bulk volume of warrants. But I should say that we're not supported at the moment here in Scotland with national jurisdiction. I believe that we have the legislation, but it's not particularly appealing. And SCTS are not necessarily set up in a way that they can manage it, which is where one court could deal with all warrants, and that doesn't seem to be the way we can operate at the moment. So I think that's really worthy of looking at that. The other thing that I would say, the observation I would make, is that the withdrawal of warrants is very much us triggering that process. So there is no process running behind the scenes where the courts are reviewing or the Crown Office are reviewing the warrants issued. It's us asking for them to be reviewed is what triggers that. And I think, again, there's something that could be done with that. And I'm certainly encouraging, and I know Stevie will be doing it in his division. If the person isn't there, if they're not in the country, well, then let's get the warrant back into the court or into the Crown Office and deal with the warrant. So I'll say no more about warrants just at the moment. I'm happy to take questions, but that's a very brief overview of the situation, and I hope offers some reassurance that we are dealing with an immense amount of warrants every single month in Police Scotland. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Wendy. I appreciate the scale of it, the complexity of it, but there is a genuine public interest in this and that threat, risk and harm perspective of it. You spoke to that, and you gave us a good strategic overview, and you set it in the context of the whole system and possibilities going forward. And Stevie, you're really good to hear, the priority that you set, as a divisional commander, and some of the challenges that you face. I think, between the two of you, you've brought much of the paper to life. But I know that we have some questions on this, and I see that Mary Pitt-Caithley has already raised her hand. So, Mary, if I could just pass over to you, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Wendy and Stevie, for the report and for the additional comments and explanations you've just given us. It's a really interesting report about a subject that maybe some of us don't know an awful lot about. So it's really helpful to have this clear explanation of what's involved in executing warrants and trying to keep on top of this. And I suppose at one level it's possible to look at this as just a volume issue. There's just too many of them and they're coming in relentlessly and you don't have the resource to deal with it. And to a certain extent that's true. And I am interested in knowing what levers you have, if any, to be able to control that flow. And possibly the answer is you don't have any, but you can let me know. But at another level, this is a really complex system, and you've highlighted some of the complexities involved in it. And so, I think having this explanation is really helpful. Understanding that the issue for you at the moment is that backlog, and we've as members, we've been concerned about some backlogs building up in some areas, particularly ARAC has been significantly involved in all of that. But a backlog here isn't just a problem for you in terms of it, you know, your numbers don't look good and you are worried about it and it's keeping Stevie awake at night, which none of us would want to be responsible for. But also, it's a problem for the public, victims, people who want to see justice done, because justice delayed is justice denied, and you know these sorts of backlogs are not helpful. But we have a better understanding now of why the backlog arises and how you get to the situation. One of the things I thought could have been helpfully added to the report was information about your prioritisation and how you ensure that the people who pose the most serious threat, risk and harm to the public are prioritised and the warrants relating to those people are prioritised. But in your explanation, you've I think given us a considerable reassurance about that, and I'm sure the same applies right across all the divisions. And then the other issue, I suppose, is the extent to which what you've explained to us is the same situation across all the divisions, and how you look at the processes employed in each division to ensure that you're picking up on best practice, you're looking at where there's really good performance in this, and you're looking at how you could learn from that. So again, that got picked up, I think, in some of the discussion. So I'm maybe not asking too many questions other than, you know, maybe just a wee bit about the levers you might have, if any, to be able to control the flow. But also, I think what would be useful would be assurances about section 7 of your report, where you highlight all of the things that are currently underway, and you've given us a flavour of some of those as well. And so I suppose that the committee would be looking for assurances about the timelines that would apply to those actions that are going to be hopefully resolving the situation, how you're going to undertake, how you're going to address the backlog, and what your communication strategy is for all of this. So those are, I suppose, throwing together some questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mary. Appreciate the questions and the concerns that lie behind this paper coming along today, and the assurances that were provided and the explanations, I think, underscoring those was very helpful as well. But the questions that you've set, who wants to pick up on this? Is it yourself, Wendy, or do you want to bring Stevie in?
I'm very happy for Stevie to chip in as needs be, but I think Stevie explained the prioritisation process and how he approaches it, and I would be content that that's the similar prioritisation process across the divisions. There is an exercise going on at the minute led by Criminal Justice around audit and assurance, and that is about best practice and making sure that we then apply a consistent approach, because there are different approaches adopted within divisions, but they are effective, and that's what I really want to bring across today. This is slightly different from the backlogs that I would have had involvement in before, such as crime recording or case. This is not something we're ever going to get down to zero. It just isn't. The volume that's coming in every single month on top of us will not enable us to get down to zero. It will not enable us to make a dent in this. So what we've got to make sure is that prioritisation is really effective. And it is to that point that Stevie made really well. You do not want somebody on a Category A warrant that should be through the court system, maybe even potentially into the prison on remand. You don't want them to be committing a crime whilst they're out on a warrant. So that is absolutely prioritised, and commanders are absolutely laser focused on that. In terms of the levers, Mary, I don't have any levers I can pull in the courts or Crown. And this is a case, when I go back to the failure to appear warrants, that is, you have disrespected the court, you have disrespected victims, you're not engaging in the process, and we need to bring you into the court. And that's a very valid ethos, and it's a very valid sentiment. But actually, there's no reason why the trial can't proceed. And I think that the concept that the Crown Office have recognised and developed of commencing the trial anyway will go some way to reducing failure to appear warrants. But the success in all of it is summary case management. That's taking trials out of the system. And we're feeling the benefits of that in terms of citations that police officers are receiving as well. So this is a whole system approach. But ultimately, when you go back to, you know, if we take the figure of 663 people with 9,112 warrants, my view would be those people need supported into the court system and clear all of those warrants that are outstanding. So I'll take that forward and hold on to that particular area just to try and progress that for Mark Sutherland. But this is all captured within CJ improvement, of which there are clear timelines, and we report into the board in relation to it. So it's there, it's contained within a plan. This is just another symptom of a criminal justice system that has pressures right across the system. So I hope that gives you some reassurance around it, Mary. Thank you.
It certainly does. Thank you very much. Yes, and I think recognising the whole system issue and the fact that, you know, there are very, very limited levers available to Police Scotland or to divisional commanders or whatever. But it's helpful to know about, for example, the willingness to proceed with trials even if the accused doesn't bother to turn up. That's certainly something that I've not been aware of before, so that's a step forward. And the I suppose some light at the end of the tunnel might be if there are additional resources available to the Chief Constable, which could potentially be allocated towards work such as this. So, you know, that's something we have to think about. But yes, it's very helpful to have the explanation, very useful to have the additional discussion we've had about it. And we would, I think, be keen to keep an eye on this and just to have regular reports on progress, because we don't want you worrying about a backlog that you can't influence, that you can't affect. But we do want to be able to do everything we can to support you in trying to deal with that backlog. So I think we'd be interested as a committee in having reports in future on this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Wendy.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to come in on the point around extra resources. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind, if you have a really effective community policing model, you can start to press into those repeat offenders who are causing the greatest harm and the greatest churn within local communities and within the court system as well. So whilst the warrants are a symptom, the root, you know, if you can really get back to dealing with the root cause, it is a consistent and effective community policing model across Scotland. That's what will take demand really down out of the system, including place-based approaches and making sure that partners are engaged in early intervention, to the point that we discussed earlier with children and young people. The earlier that families are supported, the earlier that individuals are supported to divert them out of the criminal justice system, the better. And I think the investment that we're asking for is a really solid investment compared to the benefits that you're going to see in terms of across all agencies. So I think there are real opportunities for us here in this space. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Wendy. Stevie, you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It was probably just to briefly, if I can, finish off, but again, just put a bit of context around this. So it was really just to say that, and the ACC kind of touched on it briefly at the beginning of our introduction, that essentially, you know, with these outstanding warrants, effectively we will not rest until we are satisfied that an individual cannot be traced, and probably to the extent at which they're potentially out of the country. So we do take massive and extraordinary lengths to exhaust every avenue of inquiry with all of these warrants before we will turn around and say, or go back to the Crown to say we're looking for the warrant to be withdrawn. So it's really just to give that, you know, that assurance. And my nervousness with warrants is not around the volume. It's actually not to do that. It's just around any threat, harm and risk that's associated with it. Just to make that clear. Thanks.
Yeah, and the answer you gave about prioritisation, I think, made that clear. So thank you for that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks very much for that. And I think, as Mary suggested, you know, this is something we would like to keep abreast of. you've indicated the significant work going on in the area, but I think the big assurance that's needed on this is the point that Stevie's made. You know, the thing that is keeping them awake, but the approach they're taking, that prioritisation, you know, of the category A warrants, you know, and those that have got warrants out in relation to sexual or violent, you know, the highest threat, risk and harm to the community. So appreciate that. Any final points or questions anybody wants to make on this? No? Okay, thank you. Move on to the next section in the agenda, which is section 4, which is partnership and community focus. And the first item that we have is 4.1, which is the COSLA update report. And I have Councillor Maureen Chalmers down as leading on this. So Maureen, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. And thank you, everyone. I'm delighted to present this COSLA update report to committee. Take the report as read and just give a brief overview of some of the areas covered in the report. Firstly, I'm delighted to say that all local authority leaders endorsed the COSLA, Police Scotland and SPA Partnership Delivery Plan at their meeting on just last week. Leaders following a really helpful input by the Chief Constable and the SPA Chair. We now look forward to working on the plan with Police Scotland and SPA colleagues, so that was really positive, well received and good discussion. COSLA also continues to be very vocal on the need for a national and joined-up approach to the issue of community cohesion and community tensions. We continue to work closely with local authorities and Police Scotland in this space. We also are working with now Scottish Government and particularly the Home Office round about the more the asylum and refugee end of stuff, although I have to say that we've moved beyond that now. It's not just about responses and tensions round about asylum hotels and people in our communities. It's broader than that, and that's very concerning. So we really, our third sector colleagues are right around about this too, so hopefully that work will develop in the coming months. I think we're also conscious there's an election phase that we're getting into, and there might well be more tensions around about that time. COSLA also continues to be really vocal. Sorry, next bit. We have recently also launched the Hate Crime Toolkit in partnership with Scottish Government, which we hope will be of use to local government officers and elected members to learn more and consider examples of local practice, which they may wish to replicate in their area. And obviously it was helpful getting the report today on that work within Police Scotland. Finally, tomorrow marks the last day of 16 Days of Action. It's been a really busy 2 weeks with incredible engagement and support from local authorities and other partners in the violence against women and girls space. We've had events as broad as economic abuse, pet abuse, substance abuse, children and young people and the impact on them. So a wide range of webinars, and thanks to Police Scotland for engagement in some of those events too. So that's me, Chair. Happy to take questions.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor. Really appreciate the report and you leading us into it. Before I open it up to wider questions, and I know there will be a number, but could I just ask you a little bit about the COSLA manifesto and perhaps some further insight from yourself on where you feel that policing can contribute to the work outlined in the manifesto?
So you'll see in the manifesto right across, obviously my work is just one part of it, but it kind of cuts right across all of my colleagues. You'll see there's a big focus on prevention. And obviously we've talked about that a number of times today too. That shift to prevention is really critical if we want to kind of address some of the problems in society today. So we take part in a number of pieces of work at national level, around about child poverty, whole family support, public service reform, all those kinds of pieces of work that are taking that forward. But as you will all know, it's very difficult to move into that prevention space when you've got the demands on services that are there now. And they're multiple, those demands, in particular in our health and social care space. So I think what we're trying to do is move that, and I think we're aligned with that, because I know that Police Scotland and the SPA want to also move towards that prevention space and work collaboratively in that space too. And I think it's just about having the resources to make the shift. quite a big ask out on resources. Our three main areas that we're lobbying on in the budget at the moment are around about health and social care, housing, and the children and young people stuff. So I think that's our immediate lobbying bit. Our manifesto is a document at the moment that's kind of fairly high level, but we're working on a number of white papers that'll be published in the new year. I think there's about 7 or 8 white papers on specific topics, quite a few of them in my area of policy. But I think maybe it's important to highlight, as we've done throughout all the community cohesion work, that some of those are around sport, leisure, culture, and community learning and development has been absolutely key to preventative work and addressing community tensions and building community cohesion. And we keep making that argument. Well, I keep making that argument everywhere I go. And I know that others do too, because it's about those kind of things that what builds our communities and what brings communities together. So we're kind of really pushing that, as well as all the bigger things like around health and social care and more houses. That's kind of some of the key areas there.
Yeah, that's appreciated. You know, you sharing some of your own insights and expanding upon the manifesto for us, and the role policing, you know, hopefully can play in supporting it. But I see that ACC Patrons raised their hand. Do you want to come in on this, Kat?
It was really just in support of what Maureen was saying around, you know, our focus as a collective on prevention. I think, so if you mentioned at various stages through today's meeting, the Edinburgh Futures Institute, for example, and the work that's ongoing there, you know, as Scotland's kind of prevention hub. And we've done some kind of workshops and meetings and looking to do more across COSLA and wider partners to raise the awareness of maintaining that focus around, you know, whole system support to child poverty, to some of the real thorny, challenging issues. Recently had meetings just around, again, the role, for example, of place-based directors from Scottish Government, you know, working as ambassadors locally to drive both collaborative leadership, but also that prevention agenda, sharing of best practice, and really trying to bring it to life, because I would absolutely also support what Maureen said around at times the biggest challenge in prevention is when we're so busy responding. So at what point are we comfortable to invest more fully in prevention, knowing that in time it will reap not just the dividends, but the sustainable dividends? And I guess that's, you know, we're trying to keep that strategic focus and direction, Chair, right through from First Minister all the way through, to say, you know, we really need to collectively come together through community planning partnerships, through the Edinburgh Futures Institute and all of the work that does to keep that focused. So very much aligned in that thinking and that aspect of the manifesto.
Thank you, Katrina. And it was really good. Last month, we hosted the Four Nations Local Government Forum. So we had colleagues come from Wales, Northern Ireland and England, and we took them to the Institute, and we had a really good session there where showcasing the work and a tour of the building and all of that. So that was really, really good. And you're speaking to a converted person around CPPs. A way back about 2.5 to 3 years ago, I sat in front of the now First Minister and said, we need to strengthen community planning partnerships, and we need to make sure that the Community Planning Improvement Board works. So it's taking time, but I think we're beginning to kind of move along that road, and that the CPPs are just critical locally to making all these things work effectively. But I think we've still got a wee way to go to persuade everybody that that's perhaps the best way. So thank you.
Thanks, Maureen. And so it's opened up to questions, obviously, and I see that Tom Halpin wants to come in. Tom.
Thanks, Councillor. And I mean, I suppose we'll be asking more questions in the next item, which is about the implementation plan. And but really just now is about endorsement. Really very much the fact that COSLA itself is committed to the implementation plan, etc. It's been really welcome. And I think it's really important to say that the work around civility in public life and community cohesion is absolutely core to the business of this committee as well. So it's really to endorse it and to give my appreciation for the way it's aligned with what we're doing in this committee. And no doubt when it comes to implementation plans, there'll then be more questions at that point.
Yeah, thank you. And again, when we met as 4 Nations last month, we signed a pledge of 4 Nations to work together on civility in public life. So that was really positive too.
Okay.
No.
Any further questions for Councillor Chalmers at this point? Mary, pick carefully.
Thank you. Not so much a question, but I wanted to welcome a couple of things that are referenced in your report, Councillor. First of all, the Joint Hate Crime Toolkit for local authorities, which COSLA and Scottish Government worked on. I think very useful, obviously, particularly at in the current situation that we have. But secondly, I understand there's been a briefing prepared for elected members, which outlines clearly the responsibilities that local authorities and Police Scotland have in relation to ensuring that peaceful assemblies can take place. Yeah. Very, very topical and important that elected members are fully briefed on these sorts of matters by their own council, but COSLA and Scottish Government, Police Scotland taking the lead on this. Very useful. Thank you.
Sometimes we have to tread very carefully and bring everybody on board with us. And that work we benefited for Dominic's, Professor Dominic's kind of input over a year and a half even to just get that along the road. So it's always worth taking time to bring everybody on board with them.
I'm not surprised it took that long. It's a very thorny subject, but well done for grasping the nettle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions for Councillor Chalmers at this moment? No. Okay, and I know that the next item 4.2, as Tom referenced, it may connect to this, Maureen, so you may have more questions. I'm sure there'll be more comment from you around that. But I noticed that Dr. Andrew Wolf has joined us, and he's joined us externally. So if people don't mind, can we jump to that item on the agenda? And then we'll come back to item 4.2. Everybody content to do that? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to 4.4, which is the Scottish Institute for Policing Research Annual Report for 24-25. And as I just said, we have Dr. Andrew Wolf, who is going to lead us through this paper. And you're most welcome, Andrew. Thank you very much for coming along here today. Everybody's very interested in the work of the Institute, and we're looking forward to you leading us through the report that you've put in place. I would just say to you that the reports have been read. There may be questions around them, so you don't have to go through it word for word. I'm sure you know that. But if you want to draw out the main highlights and emphasise the areas that you wish to do so. So over to yourself.
Thank you, Alistair, and thank you everyone for the welcome along today. I'm new in role, so I became CIPR Director in August. So what I thought I would do is present just a few slides summarising the sort of annual report, but also just to talk a little bit about some of the plans and what we're up to at the moment. So if it's okay with everyone, I'm just going to try and share some slides here. Okay. Did that work?
Yeah, that's good. We can see it.
Okie doke. So yeah, as I said, I started as CIPR Director just in August. So just at the end of the sort of reporting year for 24-25 for CIPR. So a lot of what you've read in that report really is the work of my predecessor, Liz Aston. Having said that, I've been around CIPR for a long time, so I'm probably a familiar face to quite a few people on the call. We had a very busy year last year. I'm just going to click through here. So yeah, we kind of we fulfilled everything we set out to do in 24-25. So what I've just done here is pick out a few key highlights for I think in terms of achievements. So one of the biggest achievements was that we secured funding for the Scottish Policing Academic Centre of Excellence. I'm going to say something more about that in a second, but that £600,000 of external funding that's come in and is being kind of nestled within the CYPR model. So it should help with in terms of thinking about funding for some key areas around policing over the next 2 or 3 years. We've also awarded some other grants through 24-25. So we awarded a grant on policing contemporary social harms and challenges. And then we have a set of responsive research awards, one on policing and visibility and one on good practice in the transfer of care. That responsive research fund actually just launched. We launched that yesterday. So if anybody's aware, they might have seen that in the social media sphere, LinkedIn, Facebook, and the sort of principal academic that was doing that work. We did a sort of headshot video for some of the key findings for that. That's 4 or 5 minutes long. So I think I caught some of the conversation earlier on in the committee, so I think that might be quite helpful and useful for some of those conversations around custody. We had lots of knowledge exchange events, so we've published plenty of reports over the year. These are all on our website. We had an engagement event in February, which was really well attended. We had our annual conference in May time, which I think lots of people again on the call will have attended. We also had our Impact Award. It was awarded there, and £10,000 of knowledge dissemination funds were issued last year. We awarded 2 match-funded PhDs. We did our postgraduate symposium, and we had lots of different events, including, again, I think it was referenced earlier, an event on custody. We had a neurodivergence in policing event as well last year. So really, overall, very successful year. There's a lot of detail in that annual report. Appreciate it was a very long read, so hopefully, yeah, that's just some high-level kind of summaries from that. I just wanted to briefly mention the Scottish Police Academic Centre of Excellence, which I talked about just a minute ago. This is an externally funded piece of a centre. I suppose it's housed, it's going to be housed within CYPR, and the funding's specifically on 3 kind of angles of policing. And the idea behind this is really to try and improve prevention harm by developing evidence-based solutions to some kind of key problems. The centre is being led by Liz Aston, Professor Liz Aston. I'm leading on the safety aspect of the centre, which I guess is really focused on internal well-being of officers, thinking about the safety kind of physically of officers, but also thinking about things like technological solutions to making an arrest that can make things a bit safer, but also things like mitigating trauma and the well-being of staff. And again, I think that was touched on in the committee earlier, so I'm happy to kind of speak to more of that. Susan McVie is leading on the data analytics work, which again is about embedding data and analytics and thinking about solutions and supporting Police Scotland on that journey. And then Leslie McMillan and Sarah Marsden are leading on prevention. So again, thinking about things like violence, terrorism, and violence against women and girls kind of being key focuses there. And I guess underpinning this work is a focus of confidence and ethics around policing. The way this is structured is that there are some funds attached. So we have around £250,000 of funding to allocate towards projects that are focused on these 3 key thematic areas. And the way we'll do that is by issuing funding across 6 to 15 research projects. And we have a kind of detailed way that we're going about engaging with Police Scotland exec and others within the organisation on these key themes. So I just thought it was useful to mention, because that's kind of in addition to all the CYPR funding that is also ongoing. And so a large part of my work actually is thinking about how CYPR and space interact and link, and actually very helpfully, Liz was the director of CYPR, is now the director of space. We work very closely together, so it's quite helpful. Just to turn my focus back to CYPR for a brief moment, I just wanted to touch on a few things that I've been doing since we came into role in August. So I guess one of the key things I've been trying to do is think about work with partners and associate directors to hone and think about what our key themes look like. They were first designed in 2019, so we've been doing quite a bit of work to think about how we refresh those and how they sit within our networks, but particularly because we now have 2 new associate directors in role now. So, for example, one of our teams is probably going to focus a bit more on digital technology and thinking about policing in that space, which is an area that CYPR traditionally we haven't had an associate director kind of focused exclusively on that. Also thinking about impact and thinking about opportunities for partnership beyond perhaps the traditional partners that we've had at the table, and thinking about how we understand, record, develop impact. So I've been working very closely with Leslie Webber in strategy, insight, engagement, and Amanda as well, Amanda Coulthard, and thinking about how we do that. And I guess part of that, from my perspective, I think is about celebrating impact and celebrating work that has been impactful. So we just had our first practitioner fellow complete under a kind of revised scheme. ACC Middleton's been kind of key in helping support that work. So Alison completed a bit of work for CGSD, looking at kind of healthcare, and we had a wee event in November just to sort of celebrate this piece of work that's fed into the ACC's kind of portfolio at the time. And then thinking a bit more about how we create further impact and how we kind of track that through the work that we fund, the work that Space funds, and also some of the funds that are provided through Police Scotland and Scott Government. So that's a kind of key focus for me, or that will be a key focus for me going forward. And thinking about how we sort of track that. In terms of some of the detailed plans for 25/6, we've got some good research funds on kind of en route. So we have our main grant call, I think tied into more of a focus that I was just describing around technology and digital policing. The main grant is likely to focus in that space, potentially or on more of a kind of ethics of understanding some of the technological advances that are being made. So things like thinking about body-worn video, but also facial recognition and other forms of technology, some of the ethical challenges that policing faces in those spaces. We have responsive research funds, 2 topics, one on social cohesion that's quite well developed, a second that's looking like it might come from the kind of custody area, but that's quite early discussions. We've just awarded a responsive research funds on retail crime as part of the retail task force, I think again was referenced earlier. And the Think Big Leverage Fund is also, there's funds there for that work. We've awarded around £5,000 worth so far of our knowledge exchange funds for the year. And we've had various events on the go. We had a responses to emergency mental health and substance use that I know Police Scotland were represented at last week. And we've got report launch yesterday. We've got a couple more coming out on Friday. Our early career research grants are going to be launched this week. We're going to host a summer school in June, which is a great opportunity for our PhD students from across America and hopefully some Scandinavian countries as well as Australia. Australian countries coming to Scotland, and we'll host them in Scotland. I'm keen to have some Police Scotland input into that, so we'll have a discussion. I'm already kind of beginning those discussions with various colleagues about what that will look like. And we're likely to have our annual conference in the midst of that summer school as well. In terms of our partnerships, we've got various different challenge sessions lined up for the new year, and we have our JREF subgroup on impact is scheduled to meet in January, so that speaks probably to my earlier point about focusing on impact. So that's a bit of a whistle-stop tour. I appreciate there's a lot of information contained within these slides, but hopefully that just gives you a bit of a flavour of the work that we did last year and some of the work that's underway for this year and kind of going forward into next year as well. I'll just stop sharing these if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I appreciate a huge amount of work going on, and you know we have had the opportunity to read the report in advance. It was a little bit whistle stop, but it absolutely made sense, and thank you for drawing that out. Probably slightly missing me at the start. You know, congratulations on your appointment back in August. and also just to recognise and to thank Professor Liz Aston for her work as the CYPR director over I think 7 years.
Yeah,
which is a significant period of time. And as you drew out, you know, I think there's an important in a new role. I don't know how you're pronouncing this. Is it SPACE, the Scottish Policing Academic Centre of Excellence?
Yeah, I mean, Liz likes to think she's a director of space, so we're going space for short, but it is quite challenging because you use space in a lot of other contexts when you're speaking. So it's space for space.
Yeah. So she's not, but she's not the director of NASA. That's what you said. Okay. So so I think as you highlighted in your report, there's an important ongoing relationship there. And I think what you also highlighted in your report there is, how valuable it is to the policing system, to have CYPR there, and the programming events. I think just draw that out that happened over the last 12 months. The Scottish International Policing Conference, the CYPR engagement events, and the James Smart Memorial Lecture. All these things, really significant, and I think Police Scotland is fortunate to have these things in place. And I think the role, again, as you drew out, that the authority staff, funding that comes through the authority, these are all, I think, significant. But I think they also highlight the value that's placed on having academic underpinning for some of the progress that Police Scotland is making and hopes to make in the future. Can I ask you a question? I did pick this up in the presentation. One of the areas that we're focusing a lot on is leadership in policing.
Yeah.
And not just for those that are within policing, but those that could be attracted into policing. And probationary constable training has been recently reviewed. And then there's the leadership aspect, there's the managerial aspect, there's the professional technical aspects as you progress through a very complex system. CYPR in the past, have you had focus on this? Are you thinking about it in the future? And could you maybe just explain to me a little bit about your international connections? Because there's a huge amount of research into policing that goes on worldwide.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that's a really good sort of point around leadership. And again, I heard about the discussion earlier on this, and I think it's really important. We have our organisational development network, and in fact, I met with Ethne Graham, I think, heading up the organisational development portfolio for Police Scotland yesterday. So herself and Christine Grant, who's our associate director leading that network, met, and we had a really good discussion actually about the ways that CYPR could potentially help support. I think I heard it being termed it was an ecosystem earlier on, or this kind of programme of work that's been being considered in that space. So yeah, we've in fact one of the sort of early wins there, I think, will be that the plan is for us to host a couple of challenge sessions in the first half of next year, in order that her and her team can kind of bring forward some of their thinking around that, and we will put together hopefully a panel of academics and colleagues from across different universities, including international universities, to have a bit of a discussion about that, and I suppose challenge it in a friendly way, in a useful way, is the idea. I know we did a challenge session at the ACC Middleton last 18 months ago now, and it can be a really rich way of bringing out learning and pushing forward particular aspects of that. So that's kind of coming forward, I guess. In the past, we've done them like Andy Tatnell, who's worked quite a lot with CYPR, done a lot of work on, for example, tutor constables, and understanding that, and really trying to draw out and help support information, help support the flow of information from colleagues that are working on that down in England and Wales. I myself have done quite a bit of work over the years in special constables and thinking about how universities, HEIs can help, particularly in the areas that my team and I would teach in. We have a lot of students that want to become specials or want to become police officers, and are kind of a captive audience for us for a few years, in which special seems to be a really rich place that they could both apply their skills and learn some kind of valuable skills, and also help support Police Scotland. So that's a bit of work that I'm kind of continuing with, and which we have attraction events on our campus, but also we've experimented over the last 5 years with ways of training students to become special constables and ways of engaging with students. So I think I've always thought, I've always considered that sort of pipeline into policing and thinking about how that then can be supported up the way. And I guess that's the bit of work that we hopefully take forward with Ethne and her team. In terms of the international angle, we have an international advisory committee in Cyper, which Jill Emery chaired until August, and Gary Ritchie, formerly of Police Scotland Parish, has stepped into that chair. So they're having a first meeting in probably January time, and the plan, or what I'm hoping that they'll do, is launch a set of webinars over the next year or two, where I think there's 18 or 20 members on that committee from across the world, and I think it'd be a really rich space to probably tap into different senior colleagues, both academics and police, that can feed into conversations around education, training, development, but also a host of other policing issues.
That's really helpful, and it's pleasing to me. And I think it's crucial that engagement that Ethne's had with you very early on in her tenure within Police Scotland. So you're really looking forward to seeing what comes of those challenge events. And I think those webinars for that international perspective, that's something I'd like to hear a little bit more about in the future as well. And just that point on special constables, we discussed volunteering and special constables at the People Committee this week. An excellent paper and some really good discussion around that. So I think the relevance of everything you're working on is not missed on anybody. So sorry for hogging it a little bit. Does anybody have any further questions on the annual report there? No, I think everybody's feeling comfortable. Oh, sorry, apologies. Wendy.
Thanks, Chair. It's not a question. It's just really to thank Andrew for his support in my former role, because he was really important and an important partner, particularly in the custody environment. There's actually a dearth of research around deaths in police custody. So Andrew and the team have been really important around that. And also just the practitioner fellowship, I think, is a really exciting piece of work. We've got lots of learning out of it. And I think we can make that into a really brilliant programme going forward. So thank you, Andrew, and I'll be in touch, having just taken over the specials portfolio too. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Yeah. Okay. Any final points or questions? No, so it just remains for me. Andrew, thanks for the report. Best of luck in your relatively new role, and I look forward to seeing the work that you've outlined for us today coming to fruition. So thank you.
Thank you, Alistair. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so we'll return back to 4.2 on the agenda, which is the partnership delivery plan, and Amanda Coulthard is going to lead us through this paper.
I will give some highlights on the paper, appreciating that it's been read already. So the partnership agreement between the Authority, Police Scotland and COSLA was first signed in 2023 by the previous chair of the Authority and the previous Chief Constable, re-signed in August of this year to reflect the ongoing commitment of the current system to the partnership that we have with COSLA. So you'll see detailed in the paper the priority areas that we agreed as a system that we wanted to focus on in terms of collaboration. And to support that partnership agreement, we developed a joint partnership delivery plan, which has already been through this committee in previous iterations in terms of report and progress. We took the opportunity over the last few months to do a review and refresh of that partnership delivery plan. A number of the areas, as outlined in the paper, have concluded and been delivered as planned. Some are no longer as significant a priority as they had been previously, and new areas of focus have come in over that time. So what we are presenting to committee today, and to stress that this is a partnership document, I'm speaking to it today, but it's very much a joint effort across the authority, Police Scotland and COSLA. The document I'm presenting today is our refreshed partnership delivery plan, which will form the basis of our work plan for the remaining 18 months of the current partnership agreement until the local government elections in May 2027. There will be a more detailed implementation plan for us to work to sitting below this partnership delivery plan, but we wanted to bring it today for discussion at committee and to ensure that it gets the public oversight that it deserves. And I'm happy to take questions and to draw colleagues into that as well, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Amanda, I see that immediately I have Tom Halpin want to come in on this. I know you referenced it earlier, Tom, so over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Amanda. So the first thing is really, is it possible to align the commitments in this implementation plan with the annual policing plan to start to see all moving as a whole rather than going to separate areas? So that's my first one. And my second point, also, if you allow me, I'll just put it in there at the same point. 4.2 in the plan references asset sharing. And I think that's a particularly critical area just now when we look at our own estates master plan and the learning that we're gaining from going into the real reality of asset sharing and the commercial aspects and best value and all the other things that come in as well. Is there an ability to actually develop a pretty detailed standard for how you do asset sharing, and you know how that should be approached?
So on the first question, absolutely, and that's part of our aspiration when we develop the implementation plan, is to ensure that we're aligning actions as far as possible. We don't want to double run or double count or add burden where it's not necessary. So a part of the exercise for developing the implementation plan will be drawing from the annual police plan those actions which are relevant and pulling them into that and looking at opportunities to collaborate. So that will absolutely happen. In terms of asset sharing, there was a framework developed across Solace, COSLA and Police Scotland previously around a framework for development of asset sharing approaches. So what we are looking to do as part of this plan is ensure that that framework is used as far as possible and that every opportunity is explored, recognising every opportunity presents itself in a different way and has challenges associated with it. We want to ensure that every opportunity is explored and use the framework to ensure that all of the factors of that are considered. So it is very much part of the plan.
Thanks, Amanda. Tom, anything else you want to come in on? Are you content? I don't know whether Councillor Chalmers or anybody from Police Scotland wants to make any comment on this around. No, everybody content? Okay. Well, thank you for bringing the paper and thank you for presenting that to us, Amanda. I think we can then move on to the next item on the agenda, which is 4.3. And I see that the ACC Kat Payton is with us. I thought she might have had to pop out, but delighted she's here. So, Victim Witnesses and Justice Reform Scotland Act, the Scotland update, ACC Payton.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of things that I would highlight. I appreciate that you've had the paper and had an opportunity to read, but the purpose of the paper is really just to keep the committee cited on the progression of the Victim Witnesses and Justice Reform Scotland Act, which recently received royal assent on the 30th of October this year. And I suppose importantly, the practical implications of that act on policing. There are 13 parts to the Act. The main part that has a a practical bearing for us is part 2, which is the trauma-informed practice element and the focus around embedding that trauma-informed practice across both criminal and civil justice systems. That part of the Act is likely to be enacted in the first part of 2026 and with the anticipation that services will have captured their standards of service 18 months thereafter and published them. But in anticipation of all of this work, of course, the Act's gone through a number of judicial processes. Police Scotland has created and had created earlier this year a trauma-informed implementation team and relevant governance structures. So I chair the Trauma-Informed Strategic Oversight Board to provide that governance and to provide a degree of scrutiny around the work that's ongoing through the working group. And ultimately, the focus of all of that is to deliver an implementation plan so that we as an organisation are playing our part in ensuring that our process and practice is rooted in a trauma-informed approach. The paper draws out a number of areas of work that the team and the dedicated resources have been looking at, which includes things like the alignment of training. Of course, we're not coming from a standing start as it relates to being trauma-informed, and so it's understanding what we currently have and how we might want to use some of the wider resources, for example, that have been created by Education Scotland about being trauma-informed, trauma-skilled and trauma-enhanced. So we're using our team to understand that and using them to understand the wider lived experience and supported by, again, Patrick's the Insights and Engagement team, and recognising how that also has a bearing for us as an organisation and our responsibilities as an employer and the impact of trauma on our workforce, and raising awareness of the bill and the work that's ongoing there through our communications and the development of policy review. And I suppose just linking it back to the earlier conversation that we had around our 3-year business plan, all of the work sitting in this area is, of course, aligned and captured within our 3-year business plan. So has been very much a focus for us going forward. And it was really just to keep, as I say, the committee cited on that. The next thing that we will produce more likely towards the end of Q4 is that implementation plan. We'll have done all of the wider scoping and understanding so that, as I say, we know the gaps that we still need to fill, but giving that reassurance, as I say, that we're not coming from a standing start, and we certainly have this front and centre on our programme of activity and, as I say, captured in our 3-year business plan. But I'll pause there, Chair, if there's any questions.
Thank you for that. Thanks for the paper and for leading us into it and drawing out some of the significant areas that you wanted to highlight. I see that I have Chris Cregan. So, Chris, you want to come in and ask some questions on this?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Katrina, for the report. It's really helpful to be cited, and certainly welcome what you've said about the progress that's being made in terms of the governance arrangements and the development of the implementation plan. I suppose to make the obvious point, and you've said that work on the implementation plan you're looking to complete through Q4. I think it would be helpful for that plan to come to a future meeting of the PPC whenever that of this committee, whenever that works. Notwithstanding that, and just picking up on some of the detail in your report in terms of the work that's in progress, if you're able to, I think it would be helpful to hear a little bit more about probably 2 or 3 things. I'll just, rather than ask questions in sequence, I'll list them all in one. So the first is the training pilot. That's referred to in the report, and obviously, we'd be particularly keen to ensure that is subject to appropriate evaluation in terms of its implementation. The development process on the guidance document, be helpful to hear a little more about that. I guess the other issue is just the funding all of this. So an assurance around dedicated funding being in place. I know that the funding period for the posts, I think, ends at the end of March 2026. So that's quite soon. So what's happening planning wise post the conclusion of that funding period? Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Number of questions in there for you, Kat.
No, I'm grateful for them and opportunity just to reflect some of the work as Chris has mentioned there. And I think starting with the training point, as I mentioned, we're not coming from a standing start in the organisation. So there's a range of programmes that we have ongoing, and we recently held a workshop where we brought together representation from a whole range of business areas, both with a focus on internally what we do for our own staff as well as the external. So for example, our public protection staff, our custody staff, our roads policing staff. So bringing all of the that we know and we currently have that has a focus on trauma. Aligned to that, we are supporting, you'll probably be aware that the National Trauma Transformation Programme is a long-standing Scottish Government funded programme, and part of that work is about setting out a roadmap to how organisations can become trauma-informed. And as I say, there's a resource that has already been created by National Education Scotland that looks at, I suppose, kind of three layers, three tiers. That we recognise that people in different roles and responsibilities will have to have different degrees of knowledge and awareness and skill. And therefore, there's three packages that have been prepared by that NHS Education for Scotland group. And the first one is trauma informed. So that really would be like your kind of basic level where everyone has that level of awareness. It moves into trauma skilled. So you're starting to develop greater skills, as it would suggest, around how you would be engaging with someone who has experienced trauma, right the way through to trauma enhanced. And you would be thinking about roles and responsibilities such as our staff that work within public protection, for example. And what our team have been doing is mapping out and aligning the roles and responsibilities across our organisation for staff that would then say, where do we need to consider trauma-informed, trauma-skilled and trauma-enhanced. That material's all there. And so part of the implementation plan will be confirmation around what level we feel our staff require and the programme to roll that out. Those ones are elements of Moodle training, but as I say, the workshop that we've done demonstrates the breadth of training that's in place, which a lot of which is face-to-face. So pulling all of that together will be laid out in our implementation plan. As far as the guidance goes, again, it's about developing. One of the challenges in this area and barriers actually that's been identified through the work previously, through the collaborative work, has been around our use of language that can be a barrier to how we reflect a trauma-informed approach. And so the guidance document is designed to be able to support business areas across the organisation when they're considering either writing or reviewing policies, that they're doing it through the lens of being trauma-informed, so supporting them around use of language and what other material helps them ensure that best intentions aren't, having a negative impact. So again, that guidance document is in draft and will be used to support our colleagues across the organisation. And of course, your final point, Chris, around the dedicated funding, we, given the priority that we have in this area, we exploited the opportunity that arose through the funding available. And you've rightly identified that funding ends at the end of March. Our priority and our focus on that doesn't end at that point. So a lot of the work that we have done to date provides that platform and that foundation. And as I mentioned, as part of the wider update to Katerina's question around how we continue to review our milestones and our focus in light of the context, this is a really good example. So our team will have to look to see if that funding drops around resourcing, how else within the wider Policing Together programme do we continue to support it, and that will be part of our focus going forward. But certainly it remains not just a priority through the justice sector, but of course the Chief has made that priority in her vision and 3-year plan.
Thanks for that, Kat. Chris, is there anything that you want to come back on or explore further around the questions that you posed?
And not especially today, Chair. I think I guess you've had kind of advance warning of some of the things that we'll be keen to hear more about when the implementation plan comes back to the committee. And so I guess in terms of the training, it's obviously reassuring. Of course, appreciate it's not a standing start. You're not reinventing the wheel. The reference to the NES resource is helpful in that respect, and also your reference to I guess prioritisation of resource deployment in this area. So that's helpful, and the funding remains a priority. So those are all things that we want to come back to and look at in terms of the implementation plan, and obviously a strong focus there on the measurability of progress is clearly something we'll be interested to zone in on at that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Does anybody have any further questions? No. Kat, if you don't mind, just a final bit from myself, and you've actually covered some of this, I think, in the responses to Chris. But I'm aware that the authority hosted a victim support webinar at the start of December with input from Police Scotland, Victim Support Scotland, and from Greater Manchester Police, and the event focused on the what next of implementing the legislation, the next steps in improving the victim experience of policing. So just reflecting back on that webinar, have you got any thoughts on innovation or best practice that exists in other areas, and how that could perhaps be adopted, if appropriate, within Police Scotland or in Scotland in general?
Thanks, Chair. A couple of things. Just first and foremost, I think that workshop sat within a range of other work that again has been ongoing to understand and how we improve that victim's experience and journey through the justice system. And there's been a whole range of things that we've done within the organisation to look at that, including quick links for victims to be able to access through QR codes, that your care card, which has been revamped, and so it goes on. Our team are very much connected to wider policing, PLC, and have engaged with a number of colleagues, over 25 of the forces in England and Wales, to understand best practice, and actually recently went to visit some other areas to understand how they respond. Some areas have what we, victim hubs, and some of that support is provided internally rather than going out to a further service. All of that again, comes in through our strategic oversight group to understand what best practice is there and what more, policing in Scotland can consider doing. So hopefully reassured that all of that does come through. But and as you'll have seen, perhaps from that discussion in that workshop, and I mentioned earlier, when Tom had asked the questions, we are seeing our referral rate going up. But of course, we want to make sure it's not just about the numbers, it's about the quality of that engagement, and does that give a more positive experience for those progressing through our justice system. And that continues. I mean, there's various ways that we capture that, but that continues to be a focus for us.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that response. Okay, what I'm proposing now is that we take another short 10-minute break, and if everybody could be back for 25 past, then we'll move on to section 5. But thank you for all your inputs, all your questions, and all your responses so far.
Chair, just waiting for Tom and Mary.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. We'll give them a minute or so. Probably from what I know was only a very short comfort stroke refreshment break for everybody. So if we can return to the agenda. So we're on to section 5 now, which is the oversight of improvements in policing. And the first item in this section, 5.1, is the HMICS review improvement plans, a progress summary, which Patrick Brown, our Chief Strategy Officer, is going to lead us through.
Thank you, Chair. I will keep this very brief, and I welcome Donna from my team who will support me in any follow-up questions as well. So the paper does provide the committee an update on progress on our improvement plans. We currently have 19 active improvement plans covering 84 HMICS recommendations. 20% of them are in relation to the various custody inspections, which ACC Middleton will pick up under Agenda 5.2. One new improvement plan has been introduced since our last report, which is our roads policing, which has been discussed throughout the course of today, which introduced 14 recommendations. There are currently 5 inspections ongoing, which will likely give growth to the number of recommendations and potential improvement plans that come out of that. I just want to highlight the table where we have kind of summarised the elements of items that are now closed. Just to be clear on our definition to this is maybe slightly different to HMICS. This is where we deem we have supplied information to allow the closure of inspections. So if we take the roads policing one, for example, where we have provided information to close 4 recommendations, HMICS have not closed them as of yet because they are still assessing the information in ongoing conversations. It's just to explain the slightly different interpretation that is maybe in that table. And then finally, just on section 3, we've highlighted the other recommendations that are outstanding, and what we have done here is link the specific recommendations to actions and themes that are already in the business plan with the relative milestones to show that interconnection of we are aware of it, it is in our business plan to address. But beyond that, Chair, I was not going to say anything further on the paper, except it has been read and welcome any questions which Donna and I will answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Patrick. You know, it's a quite substantial paper because, as you set out, I think you said there was 19 improvement reports from the HMICS, 84 recommendations, 14 recent ones from roads policing, and 5 ongoing inspections. You know, and the work that's undertaken by HMICS is invaluable. It provides independent, professional, robust assurance in relation to policing, but importantly, with the recommendations, I think it's aimed at continuous improvement within policing. So a really important aspect of it. And I think, you know, from the committee's perspective today, I think what we'd want to hear a little bit about is the prioritisation. Everybody struggled and stumbled over the words a little bit today, including myself probably earlier. The prioritisation process that goes on within Police Scotland when you have, you know, quite a substantial bank of recommendations that you're already working on. You've got a significant number that you're anticipating. You've also got your own internal work programmes. You've got the authority. You've got other, influences, new legislation, etc. And all of this demands resource. And you look at the recommendations, there's a number of them that have been, in place for, perhaps up to 5 years. You've got ones that are dealt with much more quickly. There's a complexity within the recommendations. There's also an interdependency. We touched on earlier, issues of things that are within your control and things that are actually within your sphere of influence. So I think what would be helpful for us to understand here is, how does the prioritisation process take place within policing? What's the ongoing dialogue in terms of prioritisation with Police Scotland? And perhaps you could just expand it, with the HMI, and perhaps you could just, and I wouldn't mind hearing from HMI on that, and also, just expand upon, that difference in closure, because I think it would make sense if you came to a common approach on it, maybe not. So just expand upon that a little bit. So quite a little bit in that, Patrick. So, sorry, but if you could expand upon that, I'd be pleased.
Yeah, I'm happy to expand on that at kind of the strategic level, and then ACC Middleton, I believe, picks up a bit of this about prioritisation within the kind of custody element of what's in that report as well. I wouldn't want to steal the thunder of the next Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee as well, where we do actually plan to bring a proposal, which we are currently in conversation with HMICS about, which is using a new prioritisation matrix actually within reports, which will help design the timescales that it will take to address areas of recommendations that we are willing to kind of tolerate the risk in the short to the medium kind of term. And what that prioritisation matrix aims to do is deal with the high risk recommendations first. And also that helps us allocate the required resource, but it also allows us to make sensible decisions on the timeframes that it may take to implement, because I think both from an HMICS inspection perspective and an internal audit perspective, we're always quite optimistic in terms of the timelines that we will deliver in, and this prioritisation matrix will help address that. So Alice, I suppose probably at this time I don't want to get into a lot more detail on that, because we are trialling that approach with the Tools of the Trade report, which we do reference in section 1.1 of the report as well, and that's an ongoing conversation with HMICS. And Mary, I hope when we bring it to your committee, you'll start to obviously see what we're trying to do there about taking a threat, harm and risk approach to how we implement these recommendations and prioritise. But at the strategic level, we do continue simply to do it on that basis of threat, harm and risk. What are the key high risk elements to our service users, to our staff, to our officers that we want to implement first? And through our internal audit and risk and governance board, that is where that prioritisation and ongoing monitoring of that impact takes. When you then take it to the lower level, there is obviously ACC and Chief Superintendent, owners of each report, who again will assess it on the same basis of threat, harm and risk about what actions we must take forward immediately. But it also has to be managed within the constraints of the resourcing element that we've got. Some recommendations that clearly do come from HMICS will require a level of investment, which is maybe not always within our short-term kind of gift. I think, one of the key challenges is obviously the connection of some of our recommendations, which ACC will pick up on custody, is connected to investment in our custody estate as well, which is obviously a slightly kind of longer term kind of approach. A number of our older recommendations also requires investment in technology, but it's not that we will not do that work, it is just deprioritised. So for example, there is one which we're discussing with HMICS just now around the resource scheduling actually within digital division, and Martin was in the call, we want to add to this, but that requires a level of investment, but that's not the priority in our technology agenda, because there are greater priorities that have been their desk cause the target operating model, body-worn video, etc. And we have to prioritise it against those matrix of threat, harm and risk, the resource required to implement it, and the available funding if it requires investment, and that's how you try to prioritise. I hope that answers the question also.
No, that certainly does, you know, and I'm sure Mary will look forward to seeing that report coming to Iraq. So I don't think it was a spoiler. I think it was it set it up well for further scrutiny at Iraq going forward. And I think it was important, you know, for us to hear as well about that ongoing dialogue as well that you have with the HMICS. And I think the public will be reassured that, you know, that as I think Police Scotland always say, you know, threat, risk and harm is what drives predominantly resource prioritisation within the organisation. Okay, so I think that's really helpful in terms of where Police Scotland are with the implementation. And obviously we've got, I've not seen it yet, maybe some others have, but not quite sure the timescale. We've got Audit Scotland report coming out. So all of that will you know, add to that view. And I think it was really important that HMI were involved alongside Audit Scotland in that best value review as well. Patrick?
And just to say, I would expect there'll be some elements of common themes or reiteration that may actually allow us, in conversation with HMICS, to close down some of these recommendations because they may be replaced by some elements of the best value report. And just to confirm, the best value report will be published by the Auditor General and the Chief Inspector in January, and we expect subsequent parliamentary hearings in early February.
Thanks for that, Patrick. That's useful as well. I don't know if any colleagues have any further questions on 5.1 at this moment in time. No? Okay, so we're going to move on then to the next item in the agenda, which logically is 5.2. And you've already referenced this, Patrick. Police Scotland's progress on the HMICS custody recommendations and ACC Wendy Middleton.
Thanks again, Chair. I'll not take too long just in terms of my introductory comments. The report is there. I think we've made substantial progress against the live recommendations in 2024. We had 60 live recommendations in areas for improvement, and we're currently sitting with 19 live recommendations. Of those 19, 2 are subject of a closure report at the moment, and 3 areas for improvement. And we're doing all of this on top of the day job whilst actually dealing with the volume of detained persons that come through our police custody units every year. In terms of the prioritisation point, I would certainly echo Patrick's commentary around how it's dealt with even at the operational level. So when I receive the reports, obviously going through them in detail, they're of great value to me. For the comments I made earlier, custody has such a volume coming through. It's a very high risk environment. There's not a lot of research out there around, and even internationally, around deaths in police custody units. And we have had a number of deaths in police custody units, which cause me great concern, because people should be safe in our environments and they should leave our environments safely as well. What I would say, my experience over the 2.5 years that I was in post, that these inspections seem to come around quite quickly. And the necessity of them meant that I was not able to fix them in the time frame that I was given. So there are common themes emerging from all of the recommendations. Some are fairly minor in nature in terms of housekeeping, cleaning, etc. Not that they're unimportant, but in terms of threat, harm and risk, and to your point, Chair, around resource to risk, certainly there are just things that we need to get on with. But what really concerns me in the custody environment, and Patrick's right, it's connected to estates, but actually, and where our last custody project came unstuck was that it became an estates project. For me, this is not about estates, this is about demand. What do we need in a custody provision going forward? Because at the moment, we're trying to resource a very broad estate that we don't actually need. So I think I've provided the figures before, and Tom, you'll be aware of it. I know you have particular interest in custody, but you know, we have something in the region of 900 cells, of which about 650 are active, and we need about 300 to 350. But we're resourcing all of it. And as a consequence of that, we're then spread too thinly with the demand that is coming into our centres. And so my view, and I've always articulated the view, that we need to consolidate our estate and resource it properly. And that we can't look at it from the other angle of resourcing all of the custody estate that we don't need. So that for me is the big ticket item here, is the resourcing of custody suites, not necessarily the estates. And there are three common themes that I will just pull out before I stop for questions, Chair. One, understanding risk, identifying that risk properly, and putting the appropriate observation level to it. Now, the comment I will make around that, and we've suffered slightly within CJ in that we've had a changing divisional commander over a period of time. We haven't had a great degree of stability around that. But the Risk Management Authority were brought in. We recognised this very early on, brought the Risk Management Authority in to support us with some work around risk assessment. The volume of questions that our custody sergeants have to work their way through is absolutely incredible. And I don't think they can see the wood for the trees because of it. So I'm really keen that we, and now it will sit under Mark, that we achieve progress in that space. I also asked for benchmarking to be done in terms of observation levels. I'm not entirely sure that they are correct in 2025. But what I do know is that they must align with the risk. So there's work ongoing around that. That's slower work, that's taking time. We need to do that really thoughtfully because we need to get it right. The second point that I would make is around the recording of cell checks and recording on NCS. And Chair, I think it would be fair to say there's been a significant underinvestment in the custody estate and also in digital technology. We have the National Custody System, which is fine, but it's not intuitive, it's not connected to other systems, and actually officers and staff should be able to go along and use a QR code to confirm that they've done a cell check. They should be able to update mobile devices at the time. We issued iPads before I arrived. iPads were issued. Those are too clunky. They're too big and awkward for people to take into cells and conduct cell checks on. We got them shoulder straps for it. It's still not the right answer. We need mobile phones just for CJPCSOs and our custody staff, and that is being progressed. We get great support from digital colleagues and full credit to them. We've also given them a list of things that we need from our NCS, from our national system, to make that as user-friendly as possible and to capture all of the information that we need. So there's a little bit of the digital IT infrastructure needs to support us, but there's also then the human element as well. All sergeants, all custody sergeants were brought in for mandatory training in January, and every single custody sergeant has been trained in relation to risk, the identification of risk, keeping people safe, care and welfare. We went through everything. And the other aspect that HMICS rightly raised with me is reducing delays in release. This is probably the only point that HMICS and I disagree on slightly. I would not contend that we're keeping people unlawfully. I would contend that we're keeping people safely. And if we want to be very purist around, well, the criminal justice element has been disposed of, but that doesn't mean the person is in a fit state to be released into Helen Street at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I do accept lawfulness, absolutely, of course I do, but I also have to make sure that people are safe leaving our care. So I'll not go into any more detail, Chair. I'm very happy to take questions, but the inspections continue and they are very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Wendy. And as you referenced, Tom does have a long-standing great interest in this, and he has a number of questions probably for you. Can I just pick up on something you said at the very end there, about that balance between lawfulness and care and that release? And you said this may be the one point that you disagree with HMI in terms of recommendations. What's the dialogue that's going on around this? Between Police Scotland, HMI. Are you still involved in it? And if it's not you, who's doing it now? Is it Mark?
Yeah, Chair, so it will be Mark going forward. So, I mean, I had a really good relationship with HMICS and we work together, I think, very collegiately. And of course, healthcare improvement or the Health Improvement Service are also involved in this, which I didn't have direct contact with, but through HMICS, we would discuss the reports as they came in. And indeed, there would be a factual accuracy check that we were allowed to do as well. And there's very much that conversation and that dialogue around what they're finding, what they need us to pick up on. And if I have any disagreement or pushback, and I've always had that ability to do so, I think particularly, Chair, it was very relevant in around children and young people. And it was in relation to the Greater Glasgow report that HMICS presented. And it was quite concerning in terms of the narrative, which was generally that we were keeping children beyond what was lawful. When I did the subsequent review of those individual cases, social services hadn't appeared, or mum and dad couldn't come down in the middle of the night, or, you know, there were reasons and there was a rationale. What we weren't great at, and I did concede this with HMICS, we weren't great at documenting our efforts. But there was no doubt in my mind that we were doing the right thing and not releasing children from Greater Glasgow in the middle of the night to nobody. We just cannot do that. So I just came to the position that I'll have to accept criticism around that point, but we need to get better at documenting it so HMICS could see clearly the efforts that we had made.
Yeah, no, thanks for expanding upon that and explaining it. And you know, it's right and proper that there is a professional dialogue between yourselves and the inspectorate. So appreciate that. Sorry, Tom, for holding you up. Over to yourself.
No, it was actually very helpful, Chair. Thanks. And Wendy, thanks again for referencing my own interest in this, because it's, I mean, it's really, really important, and I support the work that you're doing here. And before I go into my questions, the point about lawfulness and safety is very important, and I totally endorse what ACC Middleton has said here today. But going back into the actual substance of possible questions and the recommendations, so just a sense of how clear are we on our timelines for meeting these recommendations? How confident are we about the priorities of these? How we do prioritise these recommendations? Because you can't do everything at once. And how do we align it? When will we get more visible sight of custody 2030? If you want to call it that. And if
it doesn't make financial sense. So the alternative option is we're going to have to consolidate and we're going to have to reduce. And Tom, I look to Northern Ireland, I look to what I've known. I was very used to at the start of my service what we have here in Scotland. At the end of my service, it didn't look anything like it. But we accepted we had to have an uplift in cell vans. We had to have the uplift in the OST training. There had to be other things that we put in place around moving people further in the understanding they were going to move further. I also put this in the context, I think it's really important, when Patrick was explaining, it really kind of triggered my thinking around this as well. So any of the recommendations that are coming in, I suppose, don't stand on their own, and I would run the lens through them. Do they already sit in existing programmes of work? And I took a decision very early on that where I wanted to prioritise my effort and my time was trying to reduce the footfall of custody and leave us with the actual real demand that we needed. So it's so important to me to expand direct measures, understanding that's not going to take into account much of your prison or your custody population, but also introducing the planned voluntary interview pathway. And again, that's to keep people out of the police custody unit unless they need to go into it, to your point around vulnerability. So that has been really important. And trying to reduce the demand so our staff have more capacity to deal with the demand that's in front of them, because I think that has been really important. So whenever the recommendations are coming in, I'm trying to identify, are there already existing programmes of work? So you'll see there within the report, there's diversion from prosecution. That's an existing work stream under the Criminal Justice Improvement Programme. So it's comfortably going to slot in there and it will be progressed through there. You then have to look at what is the nature of the recommendation and how urgent is this. So for example, there was a reason why I said a directive went out that all custody staff will be in the custody centre. They will not be working from home. And I don't know how we got to that point, Tom, where that was actually ever permitted, but I've been very clear that's not permitted. So we got to that, but we had to get every custody sergeant in January, because I recognised that we were getting the same recommendations over and over again. And can I tell you, they're not just from HMIC, they're from fatal accident inquiries that are being held as well into police custody. So there's a lot of data telling us that actually our people just need to really be on it in terms of the risk. But my goodness, Tom, they need to be supported in terms of that risk assessment and making sure that it's fit for purpose. So in terms of that dictates the timeline, whether it's here now, it's immediate, or whether it's going to be into the short or medium term. So once we got the footfall properly established, and the planned voluntary interview pathway isn't being maximised at the moment, but it is an improving situation. And it's something that Mark and I will continue to work on in terms of maximising that. It's then a case of Deloitte were brought in to do a demand sprint through custody, because what I wanted to make sure was that we had an evidence base for bringing forward to the chief officer team to support really difficult decisions around custody provision, and to be able to inform and advise the SPA as well on what the data is telling us. We've got to be data-led and data-driven, and then we'll be able to have those decisions and those conversations around what custody looks like going forward. But Tom, I do think there's an inevitability that we can't afford what we have. And I do think there's an inevitability that people are going to have to travel further. But what is really important to me is that we understand the rural, we understand the remote, and we understand what those implications are going to be. And I think that there is probably going to end up being more of a blended model of CJ owned and community owned, where we have local rural police stations having a facility, but it's not stood up regularly, but they can still do it if needs be. But we need to work all that through. So for me, let's get the footfall down. As Mary said, you know, we've done a lot of work around children in particular. We've worked really, really hard to start to bring down the figures in custody, and I think we're getting a much better reflection of true demand. And then we'll work our way through where the custody suites are going to be and what travel times involve.
Thanks for that, Wendy. And you know, don't let me give any impression that I don't support all that work and recognise the value of all that work. I still have a fundamental, because I've never argued that we maintain as is. That's never been an option. So it's not one. It's not. That's my point about not being binary. You know, that there's a range here, but there are certain considerations for vulnerable people about where we release them, and if we're releasing someone in the middle of the night, as you've described with a young person, and and it's not safe for them there, what arrangements do we make, etc., etc., and that hasn't all been answered yet. And you know, obviously, there's the efficiencies of throughput and all that sort of stuff. Understand all that, but there's some key points in there that we're just keen to see where that proposal lands, so that we can, because we do as a board have to bring that public interest perspective to it as well, and be comfortable with it. It's not just a professional answer there.
Chair, can I just hop back in? I think for me, Tom, there's an opportunity in all of this. We're never going to leave anyone out in the street. You know, I don't do that now. I don't intend to do it going forward. So people who are vulnerable, we're not going to put them at risk. So we're not. I think there's an opportunity because of the fairly inconsistent model of healthcare that we have across the board at the minute. I think there is an opportunity through streamlining to make sure that we have that 24/7 support that we see in some areas, that we have that across all. And so I think if we get this right, we'll have a better opportunity to put that support in place that I was talking about earlier, not just in terms of arrest referral and third sector, but actually that healthcare support too. And certainly I'm much more used to being custody being a facility that stands alone. It's not connected to the vision, it's not connected to a station, it's a facility, and it has everything that it needs within it to make sure that people are kept safe within that environment. But we need to work it all through, Tom, and I'm certainly I'm not suggesting that we're going to have officers driving for hours either when they weren't used to it before, or that they're more vulnerable to assault. We've all of that to think through in terms of the locations and what is a reasonable distance. But I do think that we're getting to that point where we need to do that work, Tom, because the resourcing model isn't right at the minute in custody, and we know that. We need to fix it. Thank you.
The whole point of this question and discussion is that we're keen to see that too. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Wendy. You probably have answered this in the fullness of the explanations, but I think one of the things Tom was asking was around custody 2030, and in particular timelines, work streams, and the introduction of an audit and assurance framework. So just could you maybe just summarise that for me?
Yeah, sure, and I didn't, so I'm sorry. I meant to, but I forgot to come back to that. So the Deloitte work is really, I suppose, the starting point and the launch pad for Custody 2030. And whilst the team have been working on Custody 2030 for some time now in terms of the framework and what it might look like, I very much was of the view that until we have that external independent assessment of demand, we can't make decisions on what it's going to look like. And so what we have done is we've done the current operating model, and we've developed the target operating model for what custody will look like in terms of service delivery and service provision going forward. That will be badged under Custody 2030, which I have got the approval to move forward with. However, we haven't got the Deloitte work. I believe there was a draft report shared with Mark and the commander after I moved on. I always anticipated there would be a bit of toing and froing with that. The first draft would not be the final piece of work. So I think that's the phase we're in at the minute. And it's only when we've got that work done by Deloitte and we're sitting down as a chief officer team and with the SPA around what does this look like going forward, that Custody 2030 really starts to take effect, because that will be the delivery vehicle for the decisions that we take. In terms of audit and assurance, it's a really important point. So it's something that I introduced more laterally. So what we had been doing was these reports were coming into the continuous improvement unit in CJ. They were developing the action plans and they were linking in with HMICS. But the reality was nothing was changing on the ground. And so it took a few rounds of the reports, and for me going out to every custody suite, as you know I did after the reports came in, to realise it wasn't translating. And so as soon as the reports come in now, they go to the local area commander in CJ for that custody suite, and they own it. And they're very clear that they own that, and they need to develop the action plan, which then comes through governance, through the local leadership team and into my board and into continuous improvement to share best practice. But it is very much for the local area commander to fix the issues that have been identified within their area. The audit and assurance team have now developed a framework, an inspection framework, because at some point these inspections will come to an end when funding ends. And we need to be able to self-inspect and self-audit. So that framework is now in place, and the inspectors in custody will be involved in conducting those dip sampling audits as well, to make sure that we are meeting the criteria that the HMICS are setting for us. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you, for explaining and outlining that for us. Does anybody have any further questions on this agenda item? Okay, so let's move on to the next item in the agenda, 5.3. So 5.3 is our Independent Custody Visiting Scheme biannual performance update. And I have a number of people that are going to be involved in the presentation and discussion around this paper. We have Scott Ross, the Head of Change and Operational Scrutiny. He's going to do an introduction. I'm delighted to welcome Alison Ure, who's an ICVS visitor, who I think very helpfully provide insights of her experiences. We also have Lynn Pinkerton. She is the ICVS Regional Coordinator within the SPA. And Wendy, who has done a lot of speaking for us this afternoon. Wendy, you're available to provide Police Scotland comment if necessary and appropriate. So thank you for that. So could I pass, please, to Scott, first of all, to do the introduction. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So yeah, absolutely. So I'll give a brief introduction to the biannual report. Before I do this, however, I just wanted to once again thank the dedicated independent custody visiting team here at the Scottish Police Authority, who obviously keep the scheme running, and the custody visitors themselves who give up their free time to help ensure the treatment of those who are detained in Police Scotland custody. We have Alison here, as you mentioned, who's from the West, and I'll bring her in just a wee minute, and she can give her views of being a visitor. As the committee knows, we have changed the reporting cycle to twice per year, so a biannual update, which this is, and an annual report, which is presented in June. I'm pleased to report that during the 567 successful visits to custody suites and discussions with 774 persons in custody, there were no recorded concerns relating to OPCAT, which is the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment of those deprived in their liberty, I should note that a vast majority of visits, ICBs highlight the professional care for the people in custody and the high standard of welfare and dignity that is maintained whilst persons are in custody. There are probably kind of three key areas raised in this report that I'd like to highlight. There were two incidents regarding underwear outside a cell in a Police Scotland custody suite in the west of the country. Members will recall that this seems to be an annual occurrence, but I did just want to state and recognise that custody is a dynamic operational environment that may mean that underwear is outside the cell for a short period of time whilst tending to the welfare of that person in custody. Our expectation as a visiting scheme is that this is for as limited a time as possible and is stored away appropriately as soon as possible. And this appears to be the case within the two occasions that it's raised within this 12-month period, within this kind of 7-month period. And the second area highlighted in the report is custody visitors and my team have recorded incidents over the last year where custody centres have been closed. That's both planned and unplanned. And some of those unplanned instances is because of lack of custody staff or custody state issues or a general lack of maintenance. What we have recorded is that 212 days of unplanned closures were due to staff and resourcing. We have not seen a reduction in the care and welfare of people in custody during this time. I want to make that exceptionally clear. However, we have seen a detrimental impact on perhaps staff morale, and this has arisen as part of the conversation that visitors have had with those custody staff. This is linked to an observation that was made as part of our annual report last year, that custody visitors had noted staff shortages within some custody centres, which means CGSD are unable to operate custody centres to the maximum number of cells available. We have just heard, though, from ACC Middleton that obviously there's a review ongoing just now, and that will inform what that future model will look like. So we will wait the outcome of that. Lastly, and I know ACC Middleton has put a lot of work into this, there does seem to be a slightly reoccurring issue with this availability of small and medium anti-ligature suits, which I'm sure will be a continued focus for the Criminal Justice Services Division under ACC Sutherland when he takes over the portfolio. I guess lastly, I would ask members just to note the positive comments and good work that the custody visitors are seeing and reporting on whilst carrying out the visits. Staff and officers have been observed doing everything they can to ensure the care and welfare of persons in custody, despite some of the challenges they've faced and some of the aging facilities that the ACC Middleton has already referred to. What I will do is I'll pass you over to Alison, who I'm keen shares her background and experience of visiting.
Hi people.
Hi, Alison.
Well, I've been a visitor for 9 years, would you believe? This was part of my retirement plan. I retired 3 years ago. So, yeah, I was senior charge nurse, nursing for 40 years. And my plan was to look at other things that I'd been interested in. I was interested in the police as a young person, never went down that route, so I went down this route. So yeah, so health background, but also public health background. Latterly, I was a project manager for health improvement So I've got quite a varied background, and in the last 18 months I've been a classroom assistant in a primary school, so that's been rather interesting. And I'm probably seeing the young people that might be heading towards custody, unfortunately, because the behaviours in school is quite challenging, I would say. So that was a different end of the spectrum. So I thought I would maybe just talk through what a visit looks like for a custody visitor, if that's of any interest to anybody. As I say, I've been doing this for about 9, getting into my 10th year. I normally do 2 to 3 visits a month, depending on volunteer availability. I cover Greenock and Clydebank police stations, but as I've obviously mentioned in your meeting today that sometimes it's only one of those on my visits. And that's a bit of a concern for us as volunteers. We've got our own thoughts of that, of why that's happening, but I'm sure it will become clear in the future. I have noted there is probably a lack of volunteers. Don't know if Lynn and Scott can put any input to that, but it's only every so often we get a new person on the books, which means people like myself have to do more visits. Not for the lack of trying in my local, I stay in Port Glasgow. It's not for the lack of trying to hassle and harass people that I know and work with to think about it. I've never had anybody taking it up, but there you go. But, as you know, we do the visits, we get a rota, we get dates of the week we have to cover and the person we're covering with. I work with that person to decide when we can do the visits. We try and vary the visits, but it depends on each of us availability of the time of the day and the time of the week that we can do it. So we organise it, we meet, we go in, and we are always welcomed heartedly by the staff at the custody reception area. Occasionally we get a young copper who doesn't know who we are. So we've got to explain that. But I think I brought that up at a meeting with Lynn at one of our cluster meetings, that it's not always part of their training what we're all about. So, but it's always good. It's always good to explain to a young person starting their career what it's all about from our perspective. So that's refreshing. We're then shown into a private area. We're given the reports that we require to decide who we're going to visit that visit. I think most people do select slightly differently how they do it. I'm quite often with the same volunteer, but we always go with the longest detainees mostly, and the longest time they've been in, females, younger and older children. So that's how we select who we want to see. We do ask the custody officer or the sergeant mostly, is there anybody of concern that we should know about? And they always give a great explanation of why, if they identify anybody, which is rarely, and why we should consider maybe not picking that person up for a visit, or just having a shutter visit just to make sure that they're all right. We then usually go with a custody officer, sometimes the sergeant, but mostly the custody officer, who are a delight to work with, and it's never any bother to them. I have in 9 years maybe only had 3 occasions where we have abandoned the visit because of the length of time going into the custody area. We're always given an explanation why, and one of the times was a member of staff was having a heart attack, so that was a pretty good excuse really. So 3 times in 9 years is not too bad. We then get escorted to the areas where the detainees we've picked. Always hear the cue card. I've never once not heard the cue card being done. And most of the time the detainees accept for visit. Sometimes they don't. If I'm there on a Sunday morning at 10 o'clock, quite often they're probably still a bit sleepy, and they really can't be bothered with us. So, and also the frequent flyers often don't want to speak to us. but they probably spoke to us before and they know the questions and they're just not interested. So, but I will say in the 9 years, I still, every visit I do, I still come across an individual who maybe have not been in very often or never at all, and they're pretty upset. And I find that satisfying that I've been able to talk to them as not as a member of the police organisation, but as a volunteer. We always start the visit by, confirming to the detainee that we don't work for you guys, that we volunteer and we're independent, and we're there to see how they've been treated while they've been held in custody. And in 9 years, I've never had an issue, not one issue. I've had the complaints about food. I've had the complaints about, how do I get back to Kirkcaldy or whatever, but never for the fact of their care. And as a health professional, I will say that your staff are fantastic with the detainees. That we've came across a number of really complex individuals who are in custody, and the staff are great with them, particularly younger people, probably with autism and ADHD, where they're handled really well, very professionally. And I think on a few occasions I actually said to the custody staff members, the younger ones, they should have been in mental health nursing because of the way they handle things. So then the visits are a pleasure, mostly. And then we have to go and write the report. That takes us more time to write the report than we actually do the visits. But we do them, and hopefully we do them reasonably all right. And Lynn makes sure if we have missed anything. And then we have the visit and I have a chat afterwards with the custody sergeant or the custody staff, just to check in with them to see how they're doing. They obviously, you probably know, they're not happy at the moment. Greenock and Clydebank, to do with custody resourcing. I don't know any information about that, but they certainly have mentioned it a few times about resourcing. So that's a normal visit for us down in Greenock and Clydebank. Was there anything else? The underwear Scott mentioned, I think I was in one of those visits, and it was dealt with very quickly. It was in the middle of a bit of a mayhem, and the team leader dealt with it very quickly. As always, any issues when the custody officer or the sergeant comes to sign the paperwork at the end, if we've put anything in that needs a police response, it's dealt with imminently. It's just dealt with. And I never feel as if we're causing them any bother, and nothing's an effort for them. So recommendations of your staff and recruitment, they're there, and they're helpful and look after your detainees to the highest standard.
Alison, thanks very much for providing those insights, and thank you very much for your nearly 10 years volunteering around this. That's some retirement plan you've got. It's very much appreciated. Just a couple of quick things from me. I think the way that you highlighted the very positive receptions that you get from Police Scotland, I think that's important to note, and it's credit to the staff that work within custody. And I also think that emphasis that you place and that you share with those that are in custody about your independence and the fact that you're doing this on a voluntary basis is extremely important.
Yes, because some of the detainees are a bit suspicious of who we are. Yeah. So we make it quite clear, who we are and why we're there. And it's easy to settle them a wee bit, but some of them can be pretty suspicious.
Yeah, and that's understandable. I'm sure it's a very stressful environment, and as ACC Middleton, in earlier discussions pointed out, there is a lot of risk involved around custody, and you're dealing with vulnerable people. So I think the role that you play within this and your colleagues play within it to help get the right balance is extremely important. There may well be some questions, so we're going to open it out for wider questions here, and they may well be directed to predominantly to ACC Middleton, but you know, if you're able to come with any insights, you'll be more than welcome. So with that, can I open it up? And I see that Chris Cregan has raised his hand. Chris.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to Scott and in particular to Alison for your input. I'd echo what the Chair said about the value of the volunteer contribution. It's critical, it's commendable, and what you've done is bring something to life for us, which I think is really helpful, and at the same time provided us with a considerable degree of assurance. So thank you for that. I wanted to just raise a very specific point, and I think my question is for ACC Middleton, and it's about the anti-ligature suits and really seeking assurance that the pursuance of the cost and supply of those those smaller sizes of anti-ligature suits are that's being pursued for distribution across the service, because obviously it's critical from a safety and dignity point of view. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Wendy?
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I mean, I've actually physically inspected these myself, so I was really disappointed to hear that it was still an issue. So any of the recommendations from HMICS, from ICVS, I go out armed with a list, and I've stood and sit in the storage rooms, being assured that there's not an issue. So we'll pick that up again. I think it is just that we're going through more of the small sizes than any other size, but it's absolutely on our radar. And there's no issue, actually, there's no issue with cost. It's not a cost issue. It's a supply issue. It's just making sure we order enough and have that on rotation. But I'll definitely pick that one up again. And I'm sorry we're back here again.
Thanks very much for the assurance. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. Any further questions from colleagues? Oh, Wendy, you want to come in?
Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to touch on the custody closures because we haven't actually mentioned them today. So it's due to particularly high levels of sickness absence in the West, and particularly Greenock and Clydebank, Alison, which is why we're having to close custody suites. It's a last resort. It's when we've exhausted every opportunity. If we can't sustain it ourselves, we'll go to local policing divisions. If they can't give us any resource to it, then it's just not safe for it to remain open. So it's a safety issue more than a resourcing issue. And I know the comments in the report around the safety, but if we didn't close it, it would be more unsafe. So I just wanted to mention that. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, no, thanks for coming in on that. I think that may well have been a question that came out. Can I just ask, you mentioned there about if you're short-staffed and you know, if it's higher levels of sickness, that then these things happen. You go to local policing, but my understanding is custody officers would have, you know, a certain level of training that allows them to operate safely and identify the risks and manage the risk, etc. So there'll be a limited availability within local policing to support you in that. Is my understanding of that right?
Yes, Chair, but we do have a pool of trained officers who are in local policing who are custody trained that we can draw upon if we need them. But you're absolutely right. And what we can't do is start to deplete the complement in local policing as well, which is why we end up in closures. And I know it's very unpalatable, but we can't afford it and we can't resource it. So we really do get to a point where, just from a safety point of view, we have to close temporarily and divert to other suites.
Okay, thanks for that, Wendy. And can I ask a question? One of the points that Alison raised is she's always trying to encourage other people to come into volunteering, but there's challenges around that. I don't know if this is for you, Scott. You know, what's being done to increase the cadre of volunteers? You know, given how valuable it is, you know, to the whole system.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I might bring Lynn into this. She'll know more of the context in the West. However, what I would say is actually post-COVID, what we found was actually a lot of people actually stepping away from volunteer duties, and we were actually finding a lot of people are reassessing their time and what they've done with their time. And actually, I think this is just across the whole third sector, to be honest with you, which is people were kind of reassessing what they were doing and maybe stepping back from some volunteering opportunities, maybe stepping into some others. So what we found was actually visitors dropped during that period of time post-COVID. What we have done is we've done a recruitment campaign. We've done it every year. In fact, it's ongoing. In fact, Lynn's just recently had some induction events with volunteers to come on board as well. Oddly enough, the way that we actually can attract the most people is actually using Police Scotland's social media channels. Police Scotland have got a huge reach in terms of their social media channels. And what we find is that if divisional commanders use them to go out and advertise, we tend to get a lot of interest. But Lynn, I don't know if you've got any comments just specifically on the West.
Not specifically on the West, but probably more specifically on the area that Alison that's in. So there's some pockets of the nationally that we do find more challenging to recruit in, and Inverclyde and Argyll and Bartonshire is one of these areas. We could recruit, many people in Glasgow areas and probably Edinburgh, but Inverclyde and Dumbarton. So I'm sure Alison's out there trying to encourage folk because she's probably fed up listening to me asking her to do that. So yeah, it's about the pockets of areas. So if anybody has any connections in those areas, we would be happy to tap into them.
So I understand the pressure. Are we at a crisis point with this, or do we have sufficient resilience at the moment? With views to make it more resilient as we go forward.
So we certainly have resilience because of the cardiac custody visitors that we have, and there's visitors that will step in from other areas to help out in Clydebank and Greenock if necessary. It can be more challenging with last minute call-offs for sickness and things like that, because volunteers by their very nature are very busy people, and I'm sure you'll all be aware of that in other organisations that you're involved with. There's very few of the volunteers with SPA that's their only volunteering role. There's many of them that still work full-time. Some of them are full-time and studying or at university. So, but where we can plan it, there's plenty of flexibility. So in covering and actually getting the visits carried out, we're certainly not anywhere near a crisis point, but it would be, our preference would be to have more in certain areas than we have at the moment, but certainly for doing the regular visits, we're not at a crisis point.
Okay, thank you. And there's just one more thing that I would like to touch on, and this is the success of religious items in custody guidance being deployed across the force, which will be having a positive impact on detainees who are in care, and it's respectful to them. I think that's something that's worthy of note as well. Does anybody have any final questions? No? So, Alison, thank you again. Really helpful coming along today. And I know you've given up more of your time, so it's very, very much appreciated.
No problem at all.
Okay. Does anybody have any final questions or comments on today's agenda? No? So that's the meeting at a close.